Oh, oh, I see a random. I see a random core on the list. Thank you all. Welcome to episode what is it? Cinco, number 5 of ETH Nerdcast. This is 4 more than I thought I'd do because I thought it was going to catch fire and burn immediately, including my PC. But unfortunately, it hasn't, and I'm still here. So you'll have to deal with all of us. Today's uh, episode, we're going to be talking about world building. So we made some shady back alley deals. Got some contacts. Talked to a couple of less than they were decent folk, and we actually rounded up a goblin for our guest this month. So without further ado, I'm just going to quickly get right into it and welcome Malinum.
Hey, thanks. Hails and well met.
Fantastic. In case nobody knows who Malinum is, how dare you? It is a streamer that RT and myself stumbled upon because we enjoy the work he was doing in this community, and basically everybody who's been associated with Mal has been nothing but like fantastic people. So we decided, why not just yank him in here, especially for world building, as a fellow DM, to kind of talk systems, world stories, how we prep, how we do things. I thought it'd be a pretty good time to do so. And I can already see a lot of people from his community in chat. I really appreciate the support. So, let's just go through. Of course, myself, I am DM Rain. We have Frax, our resident tiefling, and we have Melkor, our good old what is it? Warforged? What race is that? World building. This is perfect time for you to talk about your character once we get into it.
It's a giant gnome. No, it's a warforged from Eberron.
No, it's a giant metallic gnome. Okay.
Exactly.
Jeez.
I mean, there's always that character idea to play like a mind parasite inside a gnome, inside a mech suits.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure there's some systems that would allow it.
Oh yeah, you could do that in 5e with some minimal homebrew, but
You probably do it in Pathfinder too.
oh yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, this is the same minimal homebrew. You just need to have several sheets prepared for each layer.
Oh my god.
It's like those Russian nesting dolls.
Basically, yeah.
It's like, oh, I've died, and now here's my next card. No.
I haven't even reached my final form.
Or Scrappy Doo from that one
What?
live action Scooby Doo movie.
That never happens.
That's yeah. It's not a thing. So
It's fake.
for all those watching, we do break our podcast into some segments. We traditionally go over some milestones and highlights in the beginning. We generally speak about people who passed, some milestones of the people who accomplished, people who retired, whatever. Just something that substantial that happened last month. Since we are doing the month of September. After that, we do a little bit of a check-in. We talk to each one of our hosts and kind of see what they've been doing, what they've been playing, what they've been interested in, kind of spark some conversation. Then we'll do a little bit of industry news. Once we do that, we will then go right into the topic. And of course, between each of the sections, we do occasionally have some breaks. We have a special community spotlight this month for our breaks, and once we get to it, I will go over it. We actually have a couple of great contributions, so I am looking forward to it. I can't wait for people to see what's been done. So, without further ado, we're going to start with our first section, which is our milestones and highlights, just talking about some of the things that happened in the month of September. September 2024 was rough, simply because there were some interesting things that happened, but there were also some really sad things that happened. In terms of passings, some very notable folk. I'm sure as CEO, you guys have the list here, so we'll just kind of go through real fast. If someone wants to just start, say the name, say the date, then I'll go to. We'll just keep going back and forth. If you guys have the name, the date, and list in front of you guys.
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
All right. I'll start with the first one, and then we'll go through there.
Go,
So,
because I personally don't know the first one.
first passing was on September 8th of 2024. Emi Shinohara. I believe she was a voice actress for Sailor Moon and Naruto. So it's just another passing of a Japanese voice actress. It's been the last few months a lot of. We saw last month a couple of voice actresses have passed away. So it's been a really rough month for those who enjoyed anime from the 80s and 90s. I don't know who those are. Those are way past. That's way before my time. But yes, yeah.
Speaking about olds, September 9th, James Earl Jones, who is, well, pretty much one of the giants of voice acting,
Mm.
paved the way with his works for a lot of people in voice acting in general. Like you know him from Darth Vader, of course, like the most recognizable villain, arguably. But also roles like Mufasa in The Lion King. He's got a very recognizable voice, so you probably like you'd easily find him in his roles.
Ursula Doom and Conan. Yeah, there's this.
Yeah.
Oh, so many good roles. Yeah, super sad.
No bad for
Uh,
someone who stuttered.
mm, uh, Mel, you have
Oh
a list?
yeah,
The
yeah.
next one.
Whoever.
Mel. Ha, my bad.
Oh
Mel.
no.
Oh no,
This is gonna get very confusing very quickly.
I love it.
Oh shit.
So which one of us?
Uh, I guess fight to the death. Begin.
So the next one on the list is Jason Dameron from the Fallout Storyteller, September 7th.
Yeah. That that one was. I remember watching a lot of the videos to get into the lore for Fallout. So that one's a sad one too. So yeah. So if you guys have ever seen Fallout lore videos, they actually did they kind of compiled all of them into like a 13-hour video. So it's good going to sleep background noise. Not to say that it's boring, but it's so long that it's really good just to kind of listen to. So it's interesting. So yeah, I've gone to sleep with the dulcet tones of Fallout Story more than once.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right, now Melkor. I'll say
Ah.
that.
Yeah. No abbreviations here. Maggie Smith from Harry Potter, best known for Professor Umbridge.
Mm-hmm.
And not Umbridge. My bad.
She's had a
Um,
lot of roles over the years. She has a very long
she
career.
she
Also,
has.
also a trailblazer, really.
Hmm. But
Yeah.
she recently passed as well. Other things she's been in. Some of these I haven't actually seen, but like a room with a good view, um, Gosford Park, and other, really noted.
Oh, a correction here. It was McGonagall.
McGonagall, yeah.
How dare.
I know, I'm not a real fan.
Yeah. How dare. So, other news, other than of course,
Better news.
but better news or just news in general here. Skyrim grandma Shirley Curry. If anyone knows who's the Skyrim grandma is she actually, um, she actually I believe is going to be in the next Elder Scrolls game.
Yeah. They after she got famous because it's not every day that you find like a retired person like streaming games or making YouTube videos about games.
Mhm.
They co- community, and I think it was mostly because of the community blowing it up that Bethesda reached out, and yeah, they're putting her in Elder Scrolls 6 whenever that might release.
Yeah, so Shirley Curry, the Skyrim grandma, which is fantastic that she's gonna be in the next game. She's 88 years old, by the way, and still kicking, playing games, having fun. But that's actually the reason why she's retiring. So doing the gaming content and streaming for games and all that, she stated that it wasn't as fun as it was before, and she kind of wants to enjoy the rest of her life doing, just doing her own thing and taking it at her own pace and doing, doing whatever and kind of deviating away from the streaming schedule because I know it's not for everybody, especially someone at that age with all so much demand and having to put a lot of work because streaming is a lot of work. Like I came into this thinking, oh, I'll just turn on the microphone and start talking, and then I'm like, oh no, okay.
Especially
So
having to organize people.
yeah, yeah, Melkor. Yeah. No, Mel's fantastic. Poke him and he just goes in the right direction. But yeah. No, so she decided that she's just gonna kind of call it quits and retire from streaming or just kind of just doing gaming vlogs and
Yeah,
kind of do
every
her
now
own
and then.
thing. No,
When the fancy strikes her, which is fair and valid, you should only do it when you enjoy it.
absolutely,
Yep.
absolutely. So definitely a big ups on her uh for being successful, being in the game for the next game. That's a really great honor. I mean, it's really cool to see. I think the other time I remember seeing it was the one Spanish girl who sung "The Dragonborn Comes Again." That she
Oh
was
yeah.
she's in the ESO game as as the bard singing her song, and it's her. So it's really cool to see these little like Easter eggs for community content creators. So that's actually fantastic. So it's cool to
Uh,
see that love.
wasn't that artist named Malhuka?
Yes.
The one who sings the Dragonborn comes. I've
Yeah.
fallen
Yeah.
asleep to that a lot of times.
Oh
Just
yeah.
very nice.
Really soothing song. So, but yeah. Congrats for retirement, Skyrim Grandma. We will miss you, but I'm glad that you're going to be enjoying, and I'll be looking forward to when she ever does post something else to see what kind of thing she gets into, and hopefully she'll have an opportunity to play the next Skyrim game
Yeah.
and see herself in the game, or next Skyrim Elder Scrolls game. How dare? How dare? It's
They're all
not.
Skyrim games at
Wow.
this point.
No. My favorite is Malnum. My favorite is Morrowind, which
Yeah, my favorite Skyrim is Morrowind.
my
Oh,
favorite
yeah.
Skyrim is
I
It's a
love
generic term
Skyrim
now.
3.
Skyrim 3 Morrowind.
Mine is my favorite one is Sky Oblivion.
Oh my
Fair,
god,
fair. That's a very cool project.
that's good. But yeah, Mal actually plays Morrowind, and I've actually enjoyed watching that. I do have a question because how many of you have tried the was it the Morrowind the project the one that updates the graphics to make it all like um good for 2020 something?
Project
Oh, you
Morrowind.
mean the NVIDIA AI graphics pipeline?
Yeah, the thing that like brings up Morrowind to like modern standards.
I don't think that's
Oh,
finished yet because that was very much an experimental thing that NVIDIA was working on.
No,
and
no,
then
it's been done for a long time.
Is it?
there's also there's also another one involving making Oblivion and Morrowind in Skyrim as well with modding.
Yeah, no, that's what modding. I was wondering if you meant the thing where Nvidia was developing this technology to dynamically replace the graphics engine of DirectX games, and by doing so, using AI to upscale textures and models on the fly, like in the old game. So, for example, your old copy of Morrowind would just have a part of its code hijacked by AI to make it look good.
I don't know about that one. Yeah, that's
That's a
above
thing they
my.
were working on a few years ago, but it's
I
experimental.
I think it was like a just updated the graphics to be a little bit better. Um, they're also, if I'm not mistaken, that same project allowed for multiplayer, so you could have multiplayer Morrowind. So
Oh yeah, no, that's a different thing.
yeah, I definitely. I think it's called Open Morrowind. I think it's Open MW or something like that. It's kind of nutty. But yeah, there's like you can get like multiplayer and like updated graphics and all that. So, but yeah. All right. What's next? That'll be Frax.
Ah, that can be me, but I sadly do not know a lot about Iron Moss. But I do know that she broke the Twitch sub record, which is impressive on its own, because that
Uh,
is a lot of subs. A lot of subs. This is a very popular site, so
yeah,
congratulations to her.
yeah. In case no one knows, Iron Mouse is a VTuber. She's been streaming for a while. She's a part of VSojo, so she streams with a lot of that crew. VSojo had like Melanie and a couple others. I mean, people have rotated out from time to time. She's often seen streaming with like Connor VA from Trash Taste. So they have a bit of a wholesome friendship there. So definitely a uh, fun streamer. I catch her clips all the time. As a Puerto Rican, I definitely appreciate seeing a Puerto Rican who knows her stuff and talks and yeah, swears in our unique dialect. So she has passed the sub record, which was like hilarious to see, where people were like, "How does this imaginary anime girl pass my streamer?" And it's like, yeah, imaginary anime girl that doesn't exist. It's not like there's a real person behind there. So,
Now everyone knows that VTubers aren't real.
yeah,
Clearly,
none
the
of
only
us are
real
real.
tubers are flash tubers.
None of us are real, by the way. We're all created by AI. So
True.
just letting you know. But one of the big things about Iron Mouse is that she does suffer from common variable immune deficiency, CVID. So it's a immune disorder that basically just she can't really leave her house because she's very susceptible to like different sicknesses and illnesses. And uh, the streaming and virtual reality, all the things that she's been doing, has given her a way to interact in a way that she wouldn't have been able to before, which is a fantastic kind of story into how this technology and all the stuff that's being going on has really helped connect a lot of people. Like I mean, even TTRPGs, like being able to play. Like I'm running the Tuesday game here on the ATH podcast, and I'm playing with people from Europe, and I'm all the way here in the United States. So that would not be able to happen if it wasn't for all the tools and things that are available. So it's really cool to see, and so and she's kind of been the poster girl for that, and it was a lot of fun. If you don't, I know you probably don't know much about her, Frax, and catching some of her clips are funny, but she's definitely deserves her accolades. She put in a lot of hard work, so congratulations on her. Hmm. Melkor. Next one.
Oh yes, just had to take a second to realize it was me. Yeah, Amelia Watson graduates from Hololive. Big,
Now,
one of the first set from Hololive. Came in with Gargura and And man, I'm blanking right now.
She came in with a Hollow Myth with
Yeah.
Gura, Ina,
And
Ali. That
yeah, Callie.
the big surge during COVID when they first did English VTubers.
Yeah. And she's, very well known for her, gameplay and being like the gremlin gamer of the group. Way more focusing less on art, less on music, specifically directly on being like a skilled gamer, where Gargura being kind of like, the doing kind of a bit of everything, but also doing, like gaming, but being a derpy gamer. She was like the gremlin-y, like good gamer.
Yeah. And so, for those who don't know, graduating is a term that a lot of the VTuber agency uses for retiring. Uh, so it's basically a way of saying that, and rather than saying that they either quit or retire, they say that they graduate. And generally, if they graduate, depending on how they graduate, a lot of times they kind of just like wipe their like page and everything if it's like in a bad way, or like Coco Kiru, who now is streaming other places. They kind of keep her page up. I think for Ame it was just basically kind of a good separation. So she's gonna probably show up for projects and other stuff in the future, which is kind of cool. It's nice to see. It's good
Yeah,
to
that's
see.
one of the things that were confirmed is that she'd show back up.
Yeah, so
Um,
it's interesting to see how they've evolved the that whole dynamic of the whole company, and so it's nice that hey, she could come back for projects, but it allows her to just kind of retire and just enjoy her again. Another like Skyrim Grandma, another taking a break. So, um, but yeah. So yeah, definitely in the last 4 or 5 years, 4 years, like VTubing and all this that's kind of spiked, mostly due to people being kind of isolated and the technology catching up. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's easier to get into PNG tubing, B tubing, and all that. So as you can tell, we do our best here to try. So one other quick mention, because every month we do have to shill for Larian.
Yeah, very true.
Congrats on Baldur's Gate for 10 million sales.
And
So
22 million mod downloads.
yeah, holy Jesus. So fantastic. Great job. So that being said, we're gonna switch over to kind of our check-in and what we've been doing this month. So I'm gonna toss it over to our guest Malanim. So I kind of want to know what have you been doing this month? I know we had there was something that we were looking forward to, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. But you still been pumping out some projects. What you been up to, my man? My goblin. Sorry.
No worries. So the month of September had 2 episodes of Shadows Fall Mask of God. My Shadow of the Demon Lord actual play had 1 episode of Mask, Monthly Mask, which is our Mask a New Generation actual play. About to deal with a move, so I'm going on hiatus for a little bit, but yeah, just always doing the actual plays.
Yeah. So, if you want to kind of describe a little bit, so we know Shadow of the Demon Lord. That's one of your things. That's an interesting system. You were actually going to get the Demon Lord himself to speak to, and that's a very interesting system. What about masks? What system are you using for that, or is that the same thing?
For the monthly mask, the system itself is called Masks, a New Generation. It's a powered by the apocalypse kind of system.
Yeah, I was actually looking into that. It was really cool. Um, so if anyone doesn't know, Powered by the Apocalypse, generally it is it is a system based off of the 2d6 Powered by the Apocalypse rules. with the incentive of course, storytelling and failing forward. So it's really nice. So yeah, that's fantastic to see other systems getting spotlight. I love that you're playing systems like that. It's super interesting to just pop on during work or just kind of like pop in and listen in. So and just lurk. So I really appreciate seeing some interesting content. So um, and that's fantastic. Anything else? Anything like you've been playing? I know you haven't played Morrowind. Any games? Anything you're looking forward to or playing?
No, I usually just do my like Morrowind streams on Sunday, but usually my free time goes to like prepping my freaking sessions.
Yeah,
Uh-huh. So true.
Recognizable for every DM in chat.
Uh,
I'm like, I'll have free time. I'll be able to do everything I can with 3 game sessions a week at least, maybe 4. Yeah, no.
And a podcast.
Yeah.
mhm.
Um, oh, the podcast is mostly you guys are fantastic, so I just sit here and take all the credit. But yeah, no, yeah, Mal does some really good production and really good prepping, and it's you could definitely if you haven't, I'm gonna be shilling Mel and him a lot today too because yeah, check him out. It's just some good stuff. It's really entertaining. And also it's a testament to the players too. Like you got some fantastic players, man. It's like man, I mean, I'm lucky too. I got great players myself, so it's such a great feeling. So,
Oh yeah, I am blessed for my players are based.
oh man, like they get into it, which is like the best feeling as a DM is when they're just like invested. You just like you feel it just feels good. It, so, but yeah, definitely awesome, man. Um, Melkor,
Mm.
what you been up to this month?
I've gotten myself into a lot of conundrums. Um, I played a little bit of Age of Mythology. It was really good.
You need to play with us.
Need to play with you guys.
Mhm.
Uh, I actively learning it. It has a learning curve. I
It
that's for
very much
sure.
does.
Played against the easiest bot and I got strangled in the crib. Got strangled absolutely in the crib. And only one against one bot too. Did not go well. But I'm learning. Very good game. Bought on the last time we were here on the podcast. Uh, good purchase. A purchase that I thought would not be so that I didn't think would be really big, but I ended up like really liking. Kill the Crows. It's a little game. It's a little Western shooter game, roguelite, and it's like $5. Yeah, it's $5. And it is consumed my life. Um besides that, getting into Rogue Trader once again, and playing with the DLC and actually trying to play through it this time instead of like getting ADHD sideswiped. Um and then a game you might like um is a variant Avernum. It's like a it looks like an old school CRPG. But they've been recently made, which is like the bigger part, and it takes place in like an underworld.
Oh,
Like
Venom, like Escape from the Pit,
yeah, Escape from the Pit. Yeah.
the Spiderweb software development team, right?
Yeah, and like people think that it's like old school stuff, but like they're like I think their earliest game was like 2015. It just looks like the old school games, but like there's so much to it, so much to it. And I the collection was on sale, so I got the collection, and I've been really wanting to play them.
Yeah, yeah, and I see in chat Rooney mentioned Gene Forge, which is also from the same
Yeah.
developer. Avernium, Gene Forge, yeah, these are they're really fun.
Oh yeah.
They're super sandbox. They look old school, but they play really well. They
Hmm.
Yeah,
have a lot of
they're very old school, yeah. Like I'm seeing
yeah
it on the screen right now.
yeah they have a very unique charm to them. But they're super in depth. Uh, So like it's like you could sink hours into those games.
Oh yeah. And it,
I
it takes place in the underworld and stuff like that. Not the underworld, but like what do you call it? The underground part of like Faerun. What is that called? The
Underdark?
Underdark. Takes place in the Underdark. Takes place in a pit.
Yeah, I know a lot of the games. So the games are some of them are actually older. So when you say like 2015 whatever, those are like the remasters. Or they're redoing them to bring them up to a little bit more
Yeah.
of quality of life. I know Gene Forge is the other one that was mentioned in chat. That one is more of like capturing monsters and like breeding mutants and whatnot. And that one,
Mhm.
series game by game, that one is actually getting updated as well. That was pretty cool. So yeah, I really haven't sat down in a while and played them, but I definitely have them all um, in my library. And I'm like, yeah, this might be something that I'll hop into one of these days when I don't have much time and can sink like 70 hours into something. Um, Great value for the price if you're
Oh
okay.
yeah.
Okay, so creating monsters as you are a shaper, but can be, but yeah. So yeah, you're creating, yeah. So it's really unique. So definitely a series of games that uh, kind of gets slept on because it looks old and people think it's like, oh, it's old and this might not be for me, but it actually plays really well and it's held up pretty well. So
Yeah, it's
yeah.
like Caves of Cut in that same vein where it looks old, but it's got a lot of modern game design going into it.
Oh yeah, especially with the remasters too. So that's cool.
Mhm.
Awesome, man. It's good to see that. So cool. All right. Um. Well, it's me and Frax. I guess we fight to the death to see who does whatever.
The game.
I hate you. I hate
I
you
win.
so much. So Frax, what have you been up to?
I've also been enjoying the latest remaster of Rock Paper Scissors. Uh, Age of Mythology retooled.
Oh
Because
yeah.
yeah, it's one of the games I spent a lot of my childhood on. Uh, I thought it held up incredibly well until I saw the comparison pictures with the old game and the remaster. Apparently, nostalgia and your brain seeing things that aren't there really did well for the graphics of the old game.
Oh yeah.
When they first unveiled some of the new models, I was just looking at them like, "What? Wait, I don't see much difference." And then I went back to the old game, like, "Oh, oh." It ties in what I've been mentioning like the past 3 months or so, like the thing where one of the designers said that they want to remake the game that you remember, not the game that you actually played. I think they did
Mhm.
really well with that. Like it stays true
Yeah.
to itself. It plays like it used to, but it's got a lot of modern quality of life in it. It's like uh, more modern AI because the old AI was, well, it was 2005 RTS AI. Let's put it
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah.
Um,
Also, that game is pretty wow. Like
it's really pretty.
night and day.
That- It's a mythological setting, so it has to have that like that ancient Greece, Egypt, Norse sense of epicness, and they really bring that in there.
Mhm.
Also redesigned a lot of the technologies to be less like you get 10 more damage and to have do more interesting things like your hoplite spear is longer so they can stand in actual formations, like stuff like that. Yeah, we really enjoying that.
Also.
Aside from that, I signed up to be part of an elite fighting force called the Helldivers again because they are back. They are really back. Helldivers has had a bit of a rough period the last few months because of their balance philosophy that was a bit controversial. Like they were um, balancing a lot with nerfs, like to make things competitive, to really be careful with the difficulty of things. Um, I like to compare it to Blizzard balancing World of Warcraft, which is necessary because it's like it's an MMO.
Mhm.
Helldivers is not an MMO. It's a PvE co-op shooter.
Mhm.
So a lot of people did agree with that, and yeah, I could see why. So in the newest update and the next one that is coming this month, I believe, they completely changed their balance approach. They're going for a um, more buff oriented approach and a more instead of making things balanced by nerfing the numbers, let's try to make play changes. For
Mm.
example, the charger unit, which is like the big bug that tries to ram you, was mostly impervious to anything but like rocket launchers. So that meant that at least someone had to always bring a rocket launcher, else you couldn't do a lot against them. So what they did was they made it possible for a lot of other weapons to crack open the shell. So like there's more counterplay there. In return, the charger, um, when it charges you, is probably actually absolutely going to obliterate you. Like you might survive the initial charge, but you'll get slammed against the wall and then die.
Mhm.
So like
Yeah.
that, it's a game of cat and mouse. It's a bit of it's a difficult thing to balance, but I feel like they did well because they've improved most of the guns that they nerfed before. They've made a lot of them viable at any difficulty level, but the game doesn't feel easier somehow, which is an achievement. Like I
They
commend them for that.
they did a lot of things. I came back into it. Um, Rain and I, we played a game and both of us uninstalled it. It was a while ago when they were
Yeah,
still
we were
dealing with stuff,
frustrated.
and we
Hmm.
couldn't. We spent almost 30 minutes looking for one valve, and the valve was literally underneath a light where the light bloom was so bad
Yeah,
on Hellmeyer, and you couldn't see anything, and it was just sitting there, and I ran into it, and I was like, "Hey, I found it," and he was like, "Where was it?" Right in front of us.
Oof. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
was. Yeah, I remember that's when they first had the flying enemies, so they were just like ramming into us, one shotting us, and
yeah, because
it
it
was
had
the
an infinite
weapons.
mass.
The weapons that I liked using, they had nerfed. So I'm like, so yeah, it was difficult.
yeah.
Um,
It really
okay,
was. But I'm glad
Instead,
now,
that they changed their approach now.
yeah. So no, big ups on them. Just to piggyback off of that, I know not a lot of people. Well, I'll bring it up when I have what I've been thinking about this month. So,
Oh, we can go.
what else?
I've mostly done. Like I could bring up Diablo 4, but aside from expansion looking cool and releasing next Tuesday, that's about it.
Okay. So I guess I'll go to what I've been doing. Obviously, I've had the pleasure of running these wonderful folks in Pathfinder. I also have a Monday Pathfinder game, so I have two games running concurrent, as well as a Pathfinder game on Saturday. So I'm doing three Pathfinder games a week. So normally my Saturdays, if I'm not doing a podcast, I'm at the library running an in-person Pathfinder game with some of the local townspeople that exist because people exist in person.
uh-huh.
So it's really interesting because Saturday is where I throw stuff at the wall to see what sticks, and then I use that for my other two campaigns. So they've kind of figured that out, and we're like, oh, that's what you're doing, and they're like, yeah, you know what, F it, we ball. And so they're super good sports about it. So hey, we got new first time chat. Hey, it's a Z. So, um, let's see. Lancer, three Pathfinders and one Lancer. That is correct, Aztec. Thank you. And then I run a Lancer game on Friday with most of the same people. It's a lot of fun. Uh, and then, of course, I play in two games as a player, both of which are Pathfinder. So I have technically five Pathfinder games a week. Three of a player, three as a DM, and then a Lancer game. So
That's insane.
yeah, my weeks are pretty full on Pathfinder. So because I've kind of that's been my go to. I love the system. I'm more comfortable with it. So, yeah, I've been doing a lot of that. I've also been enjoying my Sunday games with you guys. We've been playing Mines of Moria, which is a Lord of the Rings game, which got me in a Lord of the Rings kick. So I actually started to like look for Lord of the Rings games to play when I'm not playing Moria, because I'm like, I want to play like a Lord of the Rings game, but I don't want to play Moria because we played on, I don't know, I want to progress.
Oh, that's why we started Avorion again.
Well, that too. But I started playing Lord of the Rings online again. I used to play that game in the like 10 years ago. Um, on and off for like several years between that and like Guild Wars 1 and whatnot. And I saw that there was like a new like DLC that's coming out. And I'm like, you know what? I'll get back into the game. I'll just see how my characters look like. Because I'm on the role playing server, so I'm like, I'm just gonna run to the role play server and run around and role play or just kind of see people role playing,
This is
which
the best server to
super
play
huge,
on.
super huge community for this. They definitely are really like into role play. You see a lot of cool stuff. You see concerts because you can actually play music. You can actually play any song if you have you can get like the MIDI file and you can just actually play it, and then you can like do it as a band. I've seen bands of like 30 people playing like Nirvana songs, and I'm just like, this is really dope. So but the game itself has held up surprisingly well. I mean, it recently, like several years ago, got a graphic update, so it looks fairly decent. The classes have always been really super unique. So they're not just traditional like, oh, I'm a tank and I do this. There's like, oh, okay, I'm a tank, but I have three attacks that I use to make, like a special move. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna use a defensive move, then a shout, then another defensive move, and now I have like a defensive buff. Yeah, they've always been like super unique. So the rotations have always been like you're not just hitting the same buttons. You actually, every button has a thing for me, which is cool. I really like that because no offense to some modern MMOs, but some of them are just hit the three green like buttons in sequential order, and you basically win as long as you don't stand in the big red circle. And as long as
And
the
God,
other
for a lot of
teammates
people.
yeah.
They just
So
see the big red circle, they're like, oh, I want to be there. And the healer's shouting, crying, they're still going to stand in the circle.
I love the healer in this game. There's like two, maybe three healers in this game. One of the healers is like a minstrel, so it's kind of like a bard. So it's you're just playing songs and buffing. Another healer is essentially like the captain. So you're like this heavily armored dude with like a two-handed sword jumping in there in combat with the tank. You also have a minion who carries around a banner, who's like your bannerman, and you're just buffing people. You're inspiring them by like fighting to heal and give them buffs. And it's so cool. Just like, all right, I'm the healer, and then you just charge in there with the tank, and you're like duking it out with the enemies. It's such a cool, unique feeling. So yeah, so I've been having a lot of fun, and I think one of my favorite features before I jump into like stopping talking about this game, because I can talk about it for a while because I really enjoy it, is they have like a difficulty setting. And I think I mentioned this the other day. So, in most MMOs, when you go out in the world, like you just like the enemies just die in one hit. So it's really kind of like brain dead. You can go to this like one NPC who like is like a super edge lord who's like leaned up against the wall with a hood, and he's all like trying to look cool. And then you can like tell him like, this game is too easy. It's like, give me my difficulties. And there's like 9 difficulty settings. And as you get higher in the difficulty settings, you get like more rewards. And then you can put it on like a difficulty setting so that when you go out in the world, like the mobs that you normally fight, they actually kick your ass. Like you actually have to use your rotations, and you actually have to fight them like they're like equivalent to like dungeon mobs. And they'll have like elite versions. Sauron is gonna like actually see you, and the eye of Sauron will like enrage the enemies or like call down like AoE strikes from range at you. So it suddenly becomes like you have to pay attention, but you also get more rewards for killing the enemies. So it's like you have to kill less of them to get the same as what you did before, but they're also every fight is tough. So it makes it really interesting. And you can go all the way up to like heroic, where you need like a raid or like you need like a full group just to do the common, hey, killed 5 wolves for me because, I need wolf fur. And it's normally like, oh, okay, you gather it. Now you actually need to like looking for a group for wolf quest.
So you need to form a fellowship.
Yes, you need to form a fellowship.
Hell yes.
So
I love
it's
all of this.
it's really cool because it makes like one of the examples was there's a quest that the whole quest was like, there are these like bandits that are outside this one town, and you have to like, it says to sneak in and get the ledger, which then implicates one of the people from the town that's working with them. And it's like, oh, okay. So you sneak in. By sneak in, you mean I just gather all the mobs and I do one AoE attack and they all die, and then I grab the ledger, right? And that's what you do. And then you change the difficulty setting, and all of a sudden, now you actually need to sneak in and do line of sight pulls. And
Oh,
like,
wow.
you actually have to like plant. So that quest became like, when I finally got the ledger and then made it out, it felt satisfying. And I was like, oh man. And then the enemies that I killed, I got a bunch of XP for it. And I got like, you get like tokens of heroism, or they give you tokens that you can give to the edgy dude. And he gives you like, like items and different. So there's like a nice risk reward. So your character gets stronger, you get more stuff, but the enemies are stronger. And it felt very different. I actually was more invested in that quest line because I had to work harder. So it's not for everybody, because some people don't want to like have to be like super sweaty to just do a side quest. But for what I'm playing for it, which is just to kind of kill some time, I don't want to actually like get to end game or beat it. I just want to play a little bit. It's cool because I have to actually use my kit. So
Yeah, I might play that.
definitely look into it if you do. Time to build a fellowship for stream. Then it might be a really fun stream. Yeah, we put it on like the hardest difficulty, and we try to do like the first area side quests. So it will be like a dungeon. Like literally, just it will be like an actual dungeon. Like so, and it's just like kill 4 bears, and it's like, oh my god, another bear jumped on. It's like, oh god, there's another bear. We need to off tank to get it. You have to actually like do a bunch of stuff. It's cool.
I think Frax has some experience here. I don't know if you'd be willing to go in the mines, Frax.
You can actually go into
Mines?
Moria. There's the entire Moria section. That's like level
Oh my
50,
god.
40 or 50. So
I feel like they'll kick our ass.
I don't know. It's something if you ever guys get into. Another game I definitely want to talk about though that I got back into because another DLC came out was Remnant 2, which is essentially Dark Souls with guns.
Yeah.
I mean that's really a simplification of it. It's a really fun, really great art direction, really cool bosses, really great mechanics. I was playing it with Ophi, but I started playing it again with Megan Solzy again, and I'm really enjoying it. It's a lot of fun. The shooting is tight. The weapons are cool. The bosses are interesting. And
weird. Damn.
Yeah, it's basically, again, you can have like full on melee. Like if you don't aim and you use like in the video right there, you can use like melee attacks. But you have guns. You give yourself mods on the guns, which are based off the enemies, like the bosses you killed. You get like different types of weapons, and you also have different classes. So you get like a a gunslinger who your special is like it's high noon and you hit a button and you shoot everything with your revolver and it does instant crit damage and whatever. Or you get the one class that its special is just like a big AoE slam. It's like the tank class and it knocks things over. So it's really fun if you like Souls likes, but you also really enjoy like third person shooters. It does a little bit of both, and it does it really well. And the co-op in this is fantastic. It's built for co-op in mind. It's 3-person co-op. Anytime someone picks something up, it's shared, so it's not like you have to run and grab.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, so if I pick up a weapon, all of us get it. If I pick up like the equivalent to the Titanite shards or whatever, like what they're like iron, everyone gets it. The only thing that isn't shared, and I'm glad it isn't because it's hilarious because people fight over it, is ammo. So if you pick up ammo, if you pick up ammo, yeah, it's like, oh shoot, someone's hogging all the ammo and I don't have any guns, because you actually start running out of ammo and you're like, you have to like, hey, I need, because you have a long gun and a small gun. Your long gun is like your rifle, your assault rifle, your shotgun, whatever,
The
and then your
rotary
small,
laser gun you have, apparently.
yeah, the one, yeah. There's lasers, whatever, and then the small guns are like pistols and submachine guns and things you can have on your offhand. They're both viable. Usually the long gun does a little bit more, but the small gun is obviously it's good as well. And it usually works out where if you kill an enemy with like a small gun, it drops long gun ammunition and vice versa if it notices that you're low. So it makes it so that you swap between them quite often if you're not careful. Or unless you play like a gunslinger whose whole kit revolves around generating ammo for his guns.
I mean, that's just good gameplay design.
Yeah, you never feel like it never feels unfair to when I play it, and it always feels like you just have just enough bullets that you have to be cautious, and you can't you run out at the worst times, but that's because you're shooting a lot or you just fought a big enemy that has like shields and ads and stuff. So it's a really cool. And the environments are fantastic. There's environments that are like jungles. There's basically Yarnum from Bloodborne is one of the environments complete with like the people in the village away, but they don't say away, they say something else. They come charging at you with like chainsaws and like muskets. And then like sections like this, which is like alien sci-fi. So it's really really cool. So it's great game. So all right,
Sounds like
I think
You're the
all
reason
right,
why I don't have any money.
I'm sorry.
Isn't that the government? It feels like the government is doing that.
Yeah,
No, it's Rain shilling really cool games
I'm sorry.
and making
Speaking
me
of which,
interested.
Baldur's Gate 3.
So, anyway, so if we want to do a quick break before we go into some quick news, there's really not too many things that we will probably talk about news-wise. Yeah, it's just me always pitching games. I'm sorry. So we'll take a quick break, stretch. Let me double check something. Because I think one of the things we're going to do for our break is we're going to do a community spotlight. I believe Arthi was mentioning that she got Ruby to do a kit bash of a particular character that some of you may know. Well, if you follow the Tuesday campaign. So yeah. So there we go.
Oh,
I know you. It's our boy GW, and she's
Yeah.
doing it in Hero Forge, and it looks amazing.
Oh, this
Like-
is live apparently.
It is actually live. So
Wow.
Damn.
I also love Ruby just pointing at this. That's what we were laughing at earlier. Like, oh my god. Artsy's like, yo, give me a picture of you so I can put it in the corner, and that's what was sent. So yes.
This
Uh,
is a lot more advanced than the posing that I have seen in Hero Forge up
Yeah.
until now.
yeah, she's cooking. Ruby is actually one of Mal's players, right? And one
Oh
and
yeah.
several. Yeah.
Yeah, she does almost all the NPCs and PC models as well. And we use her models for like reactives for Mask of God. She's freaking amazing.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
you can use all of these in Tailspire as well, right?
You
I
can.
believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do maps on Tailspire, so this might be really cool to look into. Um, so yeah, we're gonna take a quick break, and we'll let this play in the background here. And see Ruby cooking, and then we'll come right back. Sound good?
Yeah.
Good.
All right. All right. Are we? We are back. We are back.
We are so back.
Chat, is this real? Um, normally we would go into the news section, um, and then go into our main topic. But we have a special guest today, and I want to get into the main topic because the main topic is going to be something that I think is near and dear to players and DMs, which we may break this up into multiple podcasts for how big um, the topic is. So, but before we continue, I must say that kit bashing is effing amazing. I did not think GW or Ghost Rider would be ever able to be done in Hero Forge, and this is blowing my expectations away. So, oh my god! so, um, yeah, I'm just gonna be just staring at this for multiple minutes while we're talking about our topic, though. So, big ups, big thanks to Ruby for the amazing work. So Mal, I can see why you praise her so much. And I can see why Artsy was so excited to have her doing some work for the podcast. So thanks again from ATH Nerdcast to Ruby. We really appreciate the work you're doing here to kind of help out. So without further ado, let's get into world building. So we're just going to kind of go into general world building, how we do it ourselves, and not necessarily straight up creating it from scratch, but sometimes modifying and creating backstories and NPCs, all that as a part of world building. So, finding themes and whatever. And I kind of want to pass this along to Maladin because Mal, you are playing games with settings that might not be as well known. So maybe it might take a little bit more world building than just saying, "Hey, we're just playing in D&D Baldur's Gate." It might be really easy because it's like, "Oh yeah, I played the game. I know what's happening." So if you want to take it away, maybe just go over some of the things you do, how you world build, how do you prep, maybe some highlights. Just take it away, and we'll bounce off of what you say and go from there. Sound good?
Yeah, that's cool. The best, I guess the best way I can start is just from this last season of Shadows Fall. I took the world of Shadow of the Demon Lord, the basic setting. It's not expanded on much in the core book, but there's a lot of supplements that expand on the lore and everything, and I took that and used that as my starting ground. Chose a nice starting place, and there was no like map for this town, this city, and I made a basic map which Ruby made better, and then just took the lore of the Demon Lord world and started there, and then started just adding our own flavor and stuff as we went along. But still, taking like inspiration and names and everything and just making it our own.
That's awesome. So, um, do you use kind of like the maps that are presented, or did you make your own maps? How did you? What did you?
Uh, as far as maps, like there was the only like map I've really used as far as like to represent we the players know the map from the core book. It's not that like fleshed out, but they know that map. But really, I gave them like the map from the Grand Duchy supplement. So it's just a little area map, which they haven't really used that much either. The only map that really mattered was the city map, which I just made it up myself in like Incarnate and then sent it to Ruby, and she was like, "Oh, I'll make it even better."
Oh, that's awesome. Also, I love how you say that the map's not fleshed out, but I've seen the uh, Shadow of the Demon Lord map, and that's a very ironic statement for obvious reasons if you've seen the map.
Right.
So, um, I'm guessing Frax, Mel, you don't know.
I don't know anything.
I know a little bit about it. Watching a video a long time ago.
So let's just say it's the map's not written on paper, and we'll just leave it at that.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's written on.
Yeah.
Insert redacted here.
So that's why it's like, oh, the map's not fleshed out. Actually, quite is.
Oh, yeah,
In a
okay. I'm a little slow, but I got that. I got to the end of the fucking track.
Very, very fleshed out indeed. Yeah.
So so that's awesome. It's really cool too to have like, again, players that are invested to like, here's my idea, and then they just go all out and say, I'm gonna make it better. I'm gonna do more. I've kind of been lucky with that with Frax. I have like this website that I used, and he's added various multiple forms of cheeses to the website. So I mean,
Yeah, so the explanation of that is my character in the Tuesday game is spec'd into crafting. Like, it's a Pathfinder game, crafting is a skill. Specifically, she uses alchemy and cooking, which is a fun combination that fits together thematically. You know, chemistry and cooking are basically the same thing. Except my character is a bronze dragon and she holds cheese. So all of the potions she makes are various cheeses. So whenever I get a new potion recipe, I make up a new cheese and then I add it to the websites that we use. Also allows me to keep track of which potion is actually which, you know, which item, because I do want to make sure that I know what I'm actually making and using.
yeah, and the site we use also has like a NPC gallery, so we add the NPCs in there. So the characters
Yes.
that they meet, um, they have like a little brief rundown. They can kind of see, oh, this is that character, this is whatever character. Uh, Mel, in terms of in terms of NPCs, um, how do you kind of do you use a lot of NPCs, or is it like, how do you get into the like creation of making characters that fit into your world?
Oh yeah, plenty of NPCs. Ruby has made a lot of NPC models.
Nice.
A lot of the like early NPCs were like for my characters. I just told them, hey, for your backstory, I don't ask much. Give me, a couple of sentence or bullet points or something. Give me some backstories and give me a couple of NPCs. As many as you want, but at least one like friendly NPC and one unfriendly NPC at least, and I'll go from there. So that's how most of like the early NPCs, and then I'll make up some as well.
Uh, so there's actually have you ever heard of Shadow Blades in the Dark? Sorry, Blades in the Dark.
Oh yeah, that's one of my inspirations for how I like run my actual plays.
Yeah, the system when you pick your like your class, the equivalent to the class, you then pick like a person that's from a list that is provided for that class. Like, oh, I have an informant, and I can make them an ally, or I can make them kind of like a rival.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, so that's very. So when you said that, I was thinking immediately. I was thinking about that.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the inspirations too, because it's really cool. That way I can get NPCs from them, and then I can help craft some of the stories around them and their the people that they have in their backstories.
That's awesome. I love integrating it with people's backstories because it kind of gives them something to latch onto. So, because some players struggle with backstories, and then some players come in with like a thesis. So it's kind of like it's nice to give those who struggle with coming up with a backstory something to latch onto, because then they start building off of that and then they become more invested. Not that I don't like the thesis. It's always good too. It's just it's good for obviously if you're writing like 20 pages or plus pages of backstory, I don't really need to uh, put much effort in creating things because you've put a lot of effort yourself. It's the person that's like, my character is a thief, I guess. I don't know. And that's the one I want to kind of hook. I want to give them something to kind of latch onto.
It'll always be funny to me that Pathfinder specifically has a background for when you don't know like what backstory to write for your character. You just give him the amnesiac backgrounds.
Hey, listen, that one of my characters that I play in a Pathfinder game, I just was like, yeah, I'm playing a new amnesiac, and boy, has that been the best story ever.
Oh yeah, it's like
Um,
you give your DM free reign to do whatever, and that can go some wild places.
Went really, really wild.
Yeah. Um. So Mal, I know you're a DM. Do you also play? I mean, obviously, maybe at some point, but do you currently play?
Not currently. Currently, my campaign that I'm was in kind of we ended. The DM was having burnout, but we're supposed to start a new campaign soon. But yeah, I freaking love to play.
So, from a DM's perspective, um, how do you create a story? How do you make a character for when you're playing? This is more of a question for me because I'm like, I have a specific thing that I do, but just what do you end up doing?
Let's see. The last time, the campaign had already been going on, so I just saw what everybody else was playing and tried to, create something that would go with the story and go with the party as well. And I didn't really do much of a backstory. When I create backstories, that's when I give the same suggestion to my players, just bullet points,
Mhm.
Yeah.
major events or whatever. Yeah. So that's what I did, just a few bullet points, and was like, I'm in, I'm in your game. I'm here to help you. I'm a DM. I know how it is to be a DM. I took a bard. I took history. I took freaking expertise in history. You want to lay down some shit on me? I got you, DM. I'm here for you.
That's that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to create a character that can basically flow with the story, um, or try to kind of like be the person that could be the supporting person so that the others can succeed.
I've
So
often heard that DMs tend to do that, like people that
Yeah,
mainly DM.
yeah. In a campaign that I played in, I made a character. I made a rogue that was actually a very wholesome rogue that looked very edgy, which is like the contrast. But the whole point was that they collectively I'd seen the party put a lot of investment into one specific new player, and so I was like, I'm gonna jump on this, and we're all gonna like find a reason in this player why we need to elevate them a little bit higher, which we were
Heck
all
yeah.
cool with. But yeah, but it was just kind of like very light on everything and kind of just like, hey man, I'm good to go with whatever you would like to do.
And Ruby brings up a good point too. I like that as well, leaving room for the DM to make stuff up too, because I like to be
sure.
surprised as a player as well.
Yeah,
Mhm.
absolutely. Same with me.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think my current the avatar that I'm using as my reactive is a player on my Thursday game, who is essentially a reincarnated android. So I've had multiple past lives, and I've left my past lives very, very vague. And my current character, at some point in the recent past, was injured and essentially kind of was damaged. So he doesn't really remember much, and he doesn't really have good social graces. Playing into, of course, the android in Pathfinder having a flaw in charisma, and then me not putting a single point into charisma.
Nice.
So, and my character is the kind of character that will just say whatever they feel, and not like in a mean way, but like I believe there was a lady of the oldest profession who was kind of giving us um, like information, and my character put my hand on her and go, "Ma'am, you have multiple diseases. If you don't get these cured, you'll die. But I'll give you the list of diseases, and thanks for you helping us." And then just walked away. And everyone's
Yeah.
like, "Why did you just? What did you? What?" So,
That's
um,
definitely something you just drop.
they just dropped. But the thing is, was like the the woman was surprised and actually thankful because in his way he was showing that he cared, but he just had no social grace about it. So yeah, but I leave it blank and to see what my DM will do with it, um, which has been really fun. So, but yeah, that's kind of cool. And I know, I mean, Mel, I know your Lancer character is basically the perfect character for. Do I want to drop some lore about NHPs and like some of the parasocial, the what was it, paracausal,
Yeah,
uh,
paracausal tech. Yeah,
paracausal tech? Well, Nanya, it's your turn
yeah,
to speak.
yeah, and I can, boy, can I go into technical specifics. But yeah,
Yeah,
no,
so,
it's very nice to have characters like that,
yeah,
especially as a DM from a DM's point of view. Like, oh, thank God, I can give a. I don't have to give the lore dump. This person's already invested in this because of their character. Here, here you go. And it feels a little more natural coming from them than it does sometimes from being like, oh, this, and this. It's like the player is like, oh, I've already researched all of these things. Here, let me throw it out there for you.
yeah.
Um, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, and I see a comment by Runia that's actually really good too. Like, play people who can explain everything or need to be explained, because it gives a reason to give the exposition, which is always nice. That's kind of like,
Mhm.
yeah, if they need to be explained, then everyone can hear the explanation, even though they would know it in character. Or if they're the person
Yeah,
that can explain, it also gives them a reason because I can explain this, and it's
that's
like,
that's usually what I go for as a player. Like I have barely DM'd, but when I make characters, I make sure that they are curious about things
Mhm.
in general, specific things maybe. Like my source was very curious about magic and the mechanics of magic and demons because they're related to him being a tiefling, etc., etc. So we'll keep seeking out information and keep seeking out lore dubs. And I feel like that's a good thing to do to your DM. Like, don't make characters that don't really care unless you really know what you're doing, but that's difficult.
It making a character that doesn't care never
I've
helps
seen
anyone.
people do it right, but it's a very thin line to walk.
You gotta really know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, that's experts role playing.
Yeah.
Just make
I
them
know
curious. It's easy. Ask questions all the time about everything.
I know when I was playing the beginner's box with you, Frax, I played the thief that didn't care.
Mm,
Um, but I was doing it purposely to set up moments where it's like, hey, I could go in here and solve this issue, but by me not solving this issue or not doing stuff and I'm taking my time, it makes it so the others have to like interact with it more. But I think that was more because I've played the beginner's box multiple times, so I knew what's around the corner, so I didn't want to like spoil it. But I also was like, there could be this around this corner or whatever, or just like I'm just gonna send my Eidolon in and just sit against the wall and just do nothing, because it was a way for me to kind of like help if I needed to, but also not push the story in a way, give things away, which was a lot of fun.
mm.
So, all right, so but yeah, making characters. I mean, that's one of the best ways for me to make world building is I just kind of build characters and build the world around it. Because the character, like I'll build a very interesting character, and go from there. Like for example, the city you guys are in on Tuesday was a city that was built in um, a different system. So it was 7th C second edition. There was one throwaway line about Five Sales, like a town called Five Sales or something, a city. And there was lore about every other city except for that. And of course my players wanted to go to that one. So we
Obviously.
we ended up kind of like I built the NPC of Lucretia in that system, and I've built the city around her there. And then, of course, expanded it since then. But it was like a city where a character like that would thrive. Um, and then I've kind of like gone from there, and so I've used that in this campaign because I was like I never really got a chance to delve into her story and the NPCs around her. Um, so it's really nice to kind of be able to do that because I end up doing that a lot too. I don't know if you do this too, Mal, but if I play multiple campaigns, I'll do like Easter eggs, mostly for myself or other players that play the other one. Well, I'll just like input some of their characters as NPCs or people that walk in or that they could be interacted with, just because it's cool. So
Not yet, because I haven't actually ran too many. Oh, I kind of did, honestly, now that I think about it. In the mask campaign, I did a throwback to the Demon Lord stuff. And then we do have a recurring NPC named Finger Nipples that has transcended in all the campaigns since his inception.
There's
I,
always an NPC like that.
All right.
yeah, that I was introduced to that by Artsy. It was like what the message, the DM. I was at work in the library too, and then it's like, hey, did you see about this character called? I'm like, what? And I kind of muttered it to myself. There it is. There it is. Thank you. I muttered it to myself and I clicked the picture.
Oh my god.
And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to not click any more links for the rest of the day that I'm at work. You were
He
prepared.
really does have fingers for nipples. Huh.
I think this is the one case where I will say that AI image generation might do an accurate job at making it.
All I'm
Yeah.
saying, do the fingers work? Hmm?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a lore accurate Demon Lord Goblin because they can look like anything. And he was actually fun story about finger nipples. He was created on stream before I actually started making TTRPG content. I was like, after our first game off stream with Ruby, I was like, oh, I wanna start dabbling in. So I like pulled up the PDF and did a stream and made a goblin on stream. And there's like random tables, and one of the things I rolled was 1d6 extra fingers anywhere on the body, and I rolled a d6 and got two. And this individual in chat was like, anywhere? How about the nipples? I was like, sure. And then they did a sketch of them, and then I was like, oh yeah, I'm taking this and I'm putting him in the next session.
Oh my god.
This is beautifully cursed.
It's yeah.
I
This
feel
is
like that's the thing that's often like good for world building though. The kind of spontaneous little things that come up, and you're just like, yeah, this is amazing. I'm putting it in, no second thoughts about it. Might be a little weird, but that gives it character.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the players just fell in love with them. And
Yeah.
so when I started streaming the Demon Lord games, I was like, okay, list of things you want for this stream, and finger nipples was requested.
oh my, that's amazing. All right, that's it's so relatable. NPCs like that it's great. I mean, I know Victor is kind of like that, except without the finger nipples. But Victor was a character that a player of mine played and was like a meme character. But then I was like, you know what? What if he was actually competent in what he did, as well as having that personality? And then that's why that character's the way he is. So,
Main and Snorko as well, right?
funny. Okay, so Snorko, which is an NPC in the campaign. So we were playing Tyranny of Dragons. And in Tyranny of Dragons, obviously, you fight dragons. You also fight cultists and kobolds in the first few sections of the book. And the party was fighting a bunch of kobolds, and there was one kobold that kept hitting one of the highest AC characters and like also avoiding attacks. So they got rid of everyone else except for him because they couldn't hit him for some reason. And then when they finally were about to take him out, they decided not to kill him. And one of the characters basically just gave him armor, which was way too big for him, a helmet and a sword, and basically said, go out there and free your people. They're being kind of oppressed by the cultists, because we've been in the book. It mentions that some of the kobolds they're kind of discouraged and they're not really happy because the cultists treat them poorly. So they played off of that and they were rolling really well to convince some of them. So he ended up kind of like, okay, yeah, he's going to go off on his own and kind of try to unite the people, unite the kobolds against the cultists. So I would, do checks behind the scenes from time to time and kind of would it make sense if that character's there? Okay, sure, yeah, he would do this. And then the party would create a distraction enough for them to succeed, or they kill everything except for the kobolds. And he just kept popping up in terms of succeeding. So eventually he got to the point where he actually was known within the kobold community. And so when they would fight kobolds, sometimes I would randomly roll when they would fight kobolds to see what faction these kobolds were in. And if they were on Snorko's faction, because he was a friend of the party, they would help the party. And it happened multiple times where I kept rolling high enough for the NPCs to be like, yeah, these are on the party side. So it almost became like a meme at this point that they would constantly the kobolds, how many kobolds are on our side? I'm like, I guess a lot of them. I guess he's super successful. So at one point, oh god, there's an actual render.
Oh my!
Oh wow, that is horrifying.
We're gonna get bads.
That is terrifying.
That's my boy.
There he is in all his glory.
In all his glory. Yeah. So he ended up kind of being successful. So at one point, I'm like, they liked him so much. I'm like, all right, you guys make him into a character. Here, make him into whatever you want. And you guys get to play him if he shows up. I'm not gonna play him as an NPC. He's gonna be an extra player character that if he does show up from time to time, I'll just hand you the character sheet and you guys can play it. So they made him, of course, into a paladin. Gave him smite, I think it was a retribution paladin or whatever the paladin is that he wanted to get back at the cultists for enslaving and
Vengeance?
making vengeance, for treating his kobolds poorly. And so they went to fight a dragon, because I also added one of the dragons that attacked them early on. I would roll randomly anytime they would go somewhere, and if I rolled high enough, the dragon would show up during the fight and harass the party, and they had to run from it multiple times and whatnot, and also chase around. That I rolled high enough not only for Snorkel to appear, but the dragon as well. So it was like this climactic face off. And I'm like, all right, well, what are you going to have him do? So at the time, the party realized that Snorkel had brought in winged kobolds. And so Snorkel obviously got carried by multiple winged kobolds to the flying dragon, was a young blue dragon that the party had wounded. So it was kind of like below half, whatever. It was going to run away. And they're like, we want him to be flown up and we want him to smite. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Roll for it. Nat 20.
Of course.
Nat 20 smite, almost max damage, basically destroys the dragon. Just the dragon comes crashing to the ground with Snorkel just smiting it down. So this nothing like 3 HP kobold that had like not like 10 AC and whatever became like a dragon slayer. And like the leader of his people's rebellion and resistance. It was fantastic. And so yeah, now he's back on the Tuesday campaign. It's so there, that's his backstory. But yeah.
Love
Yeah,
to hear it.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's what happened. The wizard cast fly on his horse. So he rode his horse into the sky and smited the dragon. Yeah.
Glorious.
I have a NPC like that kind of just popped off out of nowhere because Dice chose to do just to do weird shit, and they just kind of spiraled out of control from there. His name is the Guy. It's just his name. He's just the Guy. We did a Descent into Avernus campaign, and they were in El Terrell, and they got captured. Or they had no before that they had met up with like they had seen someone like fighting off a bunch of demons. They joined, and it was like a few guards and like this like name character from the campaign, and they're like helping, and the players are kind of like having bad rolls and not doing very well. And it was hilarious to watch this one regular like low, like I was thinking it was like CR, like it was like CR2 guard, like just absolutely pop off out of nowhere and just start critting and critting. Like it critted like 3-4 times just repeatedly after the other, and everyone was like, oh my god. And then after that, like everyone else started critting, and everyone was like, "It's the Guy. He's making us crit." Um, he's so inspiring. And then after that, they asked him like what his name was, and he had to go, but he's like, "I'm just the Guy." And later on, they actually got captured by demons. Um, and I asked one of the players, I was like, are you gonna like? One of them was like, "Can I ask my god for help?" And I'm like, and their god was Lathander, god of change. And one of the big things that they asked is like, I need someone to help me here. And one person who had really really changed was the Guy. And I was like, yeah, you hear this? And I just started playing Doom music, the and I was like, and everyone just freaked out that it was the Guy again. But the craziest shit was he would not stop critting then either. And it was a back and forward between him and the party having killed all the other demons, and then like this one big demon, and then it almost had killed him. And everyone, I could hear like you could hear like a pin drop of like people being like, "No, not the Guy, please, anything but the Guy, take my life." But what ended up happening was it brought him down to one, and it was his turn thereafter, and just crit on all two hits, and it was like people were losing their fucking minds, and I was like, yeah, that's the moment when he becomes straight up a paladin.
Yeah, fair.
Fair, yeah.
So yeah, he's the Guy.
It's the Guy.
Nice.
Yeah, it's always the that's something of unique to TTRPGs where things like that could happen, and you can just the cooperative storytelling, and then they latch onto a character, and then that character who was just a throwaway nothing or just happened to be there becomes iconic to the player, like to the lore, the history of the world that you're building, and that just becomes a really nice character. And so, yeah, it was really fun bringing Snorko back because I knew Morgan played on that campaign, and seeing her reaction where she just basically was like fangirling or just like super happy to see him, and I was like, oh, that's awesome, because it's like it meant a lot because it's like this is a character that was a lot of fun to write and mess with, and it was like, oh, and she remembered, so it was really fun. So, and then of course I used the wrong token and he did 60 damage to an enemy, so it's like, oh,
And
oops,
that was the right token.
I guess it was the right token.
More
I actually
accurate token.
I pulled his level 10 token instead of the lower level one because the level 10 went in front of the level 5 because it was ordered by the first number. And so when I went to have him attack the enemy that was harassing the party, he crit and did like more damage than the party could do themselves. And I'm like, oh yeah, because the party's like level 5 and he's level 10, and that's a huge difference in Pathfinder stuff. So I was like, oh well. So it was great. It matched. So I'm just like, at this point, that the rock, the undead rock, just like became a non-factor. It just disappeared. They didn't pursue it because I always give options. Which brings me into another thing about world building. So on the screen is just my like homebrewed continent of Eloria. I've kind of said it that this is a continent that's a boat rides away from basically everything. You could go north and go to the Sword Coast. You can go south and it's Galarian. You can go to the east and it's, I don't know, Lord of the Rings. Whatever. I just kind of like it's not attached to anything. I could just slap it onto any game. So, and it was
the intersection of nowhere.
yeah, and it's revolved around the country in the middle, which basically I went with the concept of what if there was like this magical vault in a mountain that was so powerful it gave people that interacted with it powers beyond normal, turning them to like the equivalent of like X-Men, but like powers that defy magic and whatever the system may be. And there was a nation that basically was built around the vault and worshiping it and attempting to open it. Because the vault is huge, like it's like it ginormous, and it's encircled in magical energy. And so the people that go to the wall, there's puzzles, and if they solve some of the puzzles, they get some of the power, and it's passed to their family. And the whole nation is built around these people that have these powers because they can do really interesting things. And it kind of started from that, and I kept the building around that. So then the nation to the east, the trade alliance is, what if there's a nation that recognizes that there are smiths with the ability to bend and heat metals that normally can't be, so they can create amazing weapons and jewelry. So obviously there's going to be a nation that wants to trade this. So it's a very competitive nation. And then the nation to the north. So everything basically was built around that. And that's kind of ended up becoming this map. And it's also based off of like the campaigns. My Monday campaign, for example, made a cyberpunk New York City style city called New Moon City. That looks like a cyberpunk city, but it's not electricity. It's essentially they use elementals to power basically a magic and the street lamps and whatever. So that's also why there's multiple colors, because like a fire elemental has the red lights. Earth elemental is like a brownish, yellowish light. So each one has different colors. So it does look like a cyberpunkish city. But it is also fantasy. So it's kind of really cool. And that was built off of the players, mostly Soulsy coming up with ideas and then what the players have interacted with. So that's kind of where it came from. We have a question for DMs. What's your most unique thing about your setting or something you love in your setting. Mal, I'm gonna see if you want to answer that. What is the most unique thing in your setting, or something that you love in your setting, or
Oh,
both?
yeah, that's kind of tough. Well, in this latest in Shadows Fall Mask of God, like all the players started off as like cultist of Diabolus, the devil in that setting.
Hmm.
And, when we started out, hell was just, the normal, kind of the demon lord hell, which is kind of based off the Christian hell or whatever. But once we actually got closer to actually meeting Diabolus and stuff and doing that, I kind of like kept to the outside facade of, yeah, they're not facade, but the outside appearance of, yeah, they're devils and stuff, mining corruption, torturing souls and stuff. But really, it's just a job, That's all they're doing. So in our setting, Diabolus just became this like boss of this hell corporation that's trying to just, clean corrupt souls up. And Ruby's character came in to marry the devil, and now they're gonna change hell and change the world.
Oh,
Nice.
jeez. Marry the devil. Okay. Um, Frax. Not so much as a DM, but as a player in some of the settings. What's something that's unique in some of the settings you've played, or something that you've loved
I do have a
or
homebrew
different?
setting, like a world builds
Yeah, go
that,
for
that
it.
we played. So I think the funniest bit of world building we have is that the more dangerous and ferocious and fit an orc tribe is, usually the cuter their name is. Because they figured, like, if they're upstarts, they need to have some scary name, like the Blot Ravagers or whatever. But when they're actually dangerous, they can get away with anything. So one of the most dangerous orc tribes is the Fluffy Bunnies.
Amazing.
And this is a completely serious setting. This is not a meme or anything. It's just what they do. It's like my character Thalia has orc family. Her last name is Bone Skinner. So like, yeah, she has an orc clan somewhere down the line, but it's not a very dangerous one. It's a small one. It's not very fit because it's got a spooky name. If she was Thalia Fluffy Bunny, people would be shitting their pants.
Oh my
Nice.
god. The
And it's not killer bunnies, it's orcs. But it's orcs that are really, really good at what they do. So good that they can get away with any name. And people will be afraid. They should be.
My name is Ulf Orphan Feeder.
Yeah, noting that
that,
down.
that could go both ways.
That just makes people confused.
I know, it's even worse. That's like the
He's a
ultimate
paladin
end.
too. Wait, what
Oh,
subclass? Wouldn't you like to know?
uh, Melkor, what about you? Any as a DM, what's the most unique thing in one of your settings, or something that you love?
Love doing. Um, hmm. I mean, Eberron's just a unique setting in and of itself. I mean, plenty of things to pick from. Um, but I'd say I'd say going against that and going more with the thing that I like to do in a campaign for my players. And I'm going to be doing this when I start my next campaign up. But this works better with less people. Um, is people usually find out like really get into character and have a greater understanding of the character within 3 months of playing session consistently, right?
Mhm.
Um, and
Yeah, I
so
feel
the
that.
thing that I and so you kind of get like you even if you don't have a story in mind, you kind of like know how they're gonna act at that point. And the thing that I like to do is I like to take one of those players aside at a time, with them, sit down with them, and say, "Hey, we're gonna do 3 one shots, just you and me, and we're gonna go through your character's backstory." like what led you to get here, right? And make that a very collaborative effort, where and like kind of talk through kind of the points we want to see and stuff like that, and then see them pop up, and then when they come back into character, those NPCs that they met in those little one shots that we did show back up, and and then they naturally already have this organic chemistry with this NPC instead of just being like, oh, this NPC from a long time ago, which works perfectly well. But if you have the time and the ability to do something like that, I feel like it draws out a lot more out of the draws a lot more engagement from the players.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Really cool.
I know that's not
little
like
solo backstory flashback episodes.
yeah, just and like you're not taking time away from other players during sessions, stuff like that. But they know, and it gives them a better thing to interact to know how to interact in these situations.
That is really
Yeah,
I might steal that. That's cool.
steal it.
Yeah.
That's the one. The thing I joke about the most is you're only as good as the things you steal.
So
Steal everything that's not nailed down.
Oh, steal liberally.
Yeah.
have you Artsy.
Hydrate. I know I'm gonna give a shout out to Mega on my Thursday campaign. I do steal some of his ideas sometimes because I like it and I expand upon it and I think it's really cool. So and sometimes I know he does the opposite when he plays on my Monday campaign. So it's really cool that I play as a player in one of his games and he plays as a player in one of mine because I think it's really helped inspire me to do some stuff, and I've hoped it helped him inspire stuff. But yeah, there was some really nasty, interesting things that he added, and I just made it worse for my Saturday campaign, and it was great. Also, artsy is stuff. Yes, sorry. Now, the thing I want to get into, and this is something that I think me and Mal are going to have a lot to talk about, are tools. The tools that we use as DMs.
The tools of the trade.
The tools of the trade. Map making tools, gaming tools, virtual tabletops. What we use, why we use, what we do, kind of thing. Because I think that's also very important to the world building. To be able to present your ideas in a fashion with a good presentation so people can understand what's going on. And also play the game correctly. So I know myself, I am huge into Foundry. I love Foundry. Ever since Kelth got me into it, shout out to Kelth there, Kelthazard.
Who got him into it? Me.
Yeah, but no one cares. But so
You know,
Oh,
got
fuck
Mel
you.
into it. Not me.
Me. I got me
No,
into
no.
it.
So yeah, and by then, no, absolutely. Then so you got him into it, and that got me into it as well. I know Mal, you use Fantasy Grounds, so and that's been your thing that you've been using because well, I mean, I'll let you take it away, and then I'll kind of bounce off of some of the stuff I've done. So Mal, what do you use? We'll pretend I didn't give it away.
No. My main tool is actually freaking pen and notebook. But after that,
amazing.
yeah, for the virtual tabletop and stuff, I went with Fantasy Grounds because when we started at like started looking into streaming at the end of 2022, Fantasy Grounds had the best Demon Lord implementation. So that's what I went with, and that's what I learned. Watched a few YouTube videos and stuff, but it's really quick and easy for character creation and leveling up for Demon Lord at least. And we use good maps in it. It has cool implementation for like Dungeon Alchemist. Twixie makes maps using that program. And I can import the maps in there, and it auto, with the XML file she sends, it auto does the lighting and the walls and stuff. So that's really cool. It's good for like combat and combat tracking, and I just import all the NPC images that Ruby and Raynor do for the Hero Forge models, and just share the images, on with the players and on stream and stuff. It's been pretty handy. I'm not against Foundry. It's just Fantasy Grounds had more Demon Lord support when we started.
Yeah, I know we had that conversation the other day. It was where you were mentioning Shadow Dark, and I was like, "Oh, there's Shadow Dark on Foundry." I was like, "Here, I offered to kind of like, hey, let's do it." And you're like, "Yeah, I'm gonna stick with um, Fantasy Grounds because that's what you're using now, and before you want to learn Foundry." So I was like, "Oh no, I respect that." So, but I've heard through the grapevine because I've also been kind of wanting to learn Fantasy Grounds because I've heard that it has very good integration for Savage Worlds, which is a system that I want to play. And the Foundry Savage Worlds is okay. It works, but I wanted to compare it to Fantasy Grounds. But I've heard through the grapevines that you were interested in kind of uh, showing me the ropes of Fantasy Grounds, and I show you the ropes of Foundry a bit, and we kind of like toss our GM VTT chops at each other.
Yeah, of course. I would love to do that in the future sometime. I can only vouch and show off the Shadow the Demon Lord side of Fantasy Grounds, so that's what I can teach. I know each system has their own little builds and such.
Yeah, because I've been using, and Mel, you can speak to it too, as you are correctly credited to being the one that got Kelth got into it, which then got me into Foundry, and which has also inadvertently gotten Frax into it, as Frax has also been developing like actual LCPs to implement into our Lancer game, and adjusting some of the animations for his kineticist, as well as making a homebrew kineticist thing based off of the story. So I use a lot of Foundry because Foundry is like the one that you can just do a bunch of mods. So there's so many like user tools, so you can do almost anything or exclude anything you don't want. So I've really enjoyed that. So it's definitely helped with the presentation, and it also doesn't hurt that the Pathfinder integration is really well done. I mean, it's like
Phenomenal. I mean,
Yeah.
they work hand in hand. Pathfinder works hand in hand with or Paizo works hand in hand with Foundry a lot of the time to get all their stuff updated and get their stuff in. And any new book that drops, like literally 2 to 3 days later, there's already stuff thrown in there. Like everything that you need, boom, it's already exists. Um,
I mean,
which is really fantastic.
I believe like the Tianja book was out on Foundry before people got the physical books.
Yeah.
So it was
And like Foundry doesn't care. Like if you own it or someone owns it, that's enough for them, and that's enough for Paizo. So, and you get access to everything. I don't need to pay for new books. None of us need to pay for new books and stuff like that, which has always been a so great source of irritation. This Tianjia book came out. It's like, well, if I'm poor, and my friend handed me the PDF, at least I can go on a Foundry and all my stuff will already be there, and I don't have to pay for anything else. Which is very nice.
Yep. And there's importers and things. So if like, for example, it isn't there, there's a way to import stuff in there. Which is it's really cool. But yeah, definitely I do want to learn multiple, I mean, honestly, other than Roll20, because I don't want to Roll20. So
Yeah.
Mel, for Fantasy Grounds, so for in Foundry, one person needs to host, either by a hosting service or having it running on their PC if they have it set up correctly with port forwarding and all that. For Fantasy Grounds, how is that done?
The DM needs like the ultimate license, and then your server or whatever it is, it'll be hosted through Fantasy Ground, so you don't have to do it on your computer or anything. And then your players just need the free demo version. Just make an account and download the free demo version, and then they can search for your server and by your name, and then you can put a password on it, and they can hop in, and that's it.
Oh wow, nice.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, because I know that was that a recent change? Because I knew before it at some point wasn't like that.
It, I can only speak for it being that way since I've gotten it at like the end of 2022 at least.
Okay, so then it's been for a while. Okay, that's cool. Because I know the Ultimate Edition, which cool with the Fantasy Grounds Ultimate has it gives you a bunch of licenses, so you could play like Pathfinder 5e, or old 5e, I guess. You could play 4th edition, 3.5, and a few other things. So that's really cool.
Yeah, and the price has dropped a lot recently.
Making things less expensive is always a good time.
I think they're trying to be competitive with Foundry now.
Yeah, Foundry is being competitive with Foundry is very, very interesting because it's very open. It's the API is open, so
Also,
which
more
means
than
that
ever, they need to be competitive with Roll20 because it's not the best out there, but it's free.
it is free. It is free. But I mean, what 1 year of Roll20 is $120.
Yeah, but you don't need it. Like, if I wanted to start DMing a 5e game tomorrow, I could
True,
just
true.
open Roll20 and get it done, and
Yeah,
I don't need to spend a dime. Like,
yeah,
that's the
but
key thing about them. They're not the best, but they're free. They're very accessible.
as you grow, though, as you grow,
As
it
you grow,
becomes you start to outgrow your enclosed your enclosement.
yeah,
So,
absolutely.
so does Roll20 have like 5e books built in, or is you?
It
No.
does, I believe. Yeah, it's got
Oh,
built-in books for 5e and Pathfinder, I
Uh,
believe.
it's got the books that it's got built in that are free are like the stuff that you can basically run the game with, but everything else is
Yeah, you
paid
need to
unless
buy it. Yeah,
yeah, but you need to buy every book individually. So
yeah.
if there are spells in Tasha's that you don't have in the core rule book, that sucks. That sucks for you. Buy the book.
Or just add them
And
manually.
yeah.
yeah,
I've noticed that
or
even
add
in
them manually. But that takes a shit ton of time.
Yeah,
even in Foundry, I mean, you just once you learn the formulas, whatever, you can just add them manually. So
yeah.
Yeah.
The Foundry is a little more complicated for that, like having added stuff manually in both systems. But on the flip side, Foundry can do a lot more.
Yeah, and like also like
the automation.
all of that stuff is there. Like especially with Paizo, like all that stuff's there for free.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Yeah, we
Is
use
that is that the
Roll20 though.
case?
What would you say?
Um,
You use Roll20, Mel?
Oh, I was just gonna say we use Roll20 for the mass campaign, but uh, because it has character sheets. But otherwise, the only reason we use it for the dice rolling, the character sheets, we're all theater of the mind, and I just use it for showing images of NPCs.
Yeah,
That's cool.
good. Yeah.
I got a D&D game on Sunday, and we use it similarly. We got the sheets there, we roll the dice there, and then we use maps in Tabletop Simulator.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know how much of a like coding or do it yourself type of person where you want to have everything kind of in your own layout and stuff like that. But there's a free program called Obsidian, and it's blank. There's nothing in it. But if I'm not mistaken, it uses HTML code or something close to it. GitHub has so many different millions of types of layouts you can use for yourself, or you can teach yourself how to do the basic program, very basic, bare bones programming for it. But I use that to take notes in my world, and one of the great things about it is it has a spider map. And what that is like, okay, I can link this one file on my Obsidian to this character or to this part of the world, and then it starts getting interlinked, and you can follow and trace, the interconnectivity of every single thing on there.
Oh, like one of
Which
those
is
detective boards.
yeah, like quite literally like a detective board. But if you click on one of the nodes, it opens up that file for you, and then it has a hyperlink or it has a quick link to it, to the thing that it's connected to, which it can then bring up, and it will reference in like a side panel and stuff like that. It's really really cool, but you do need to kind of like set it up. It's
Hi,
not set up
Afton.
for you.
Thanks for lurking, Afton. Good to see you. So okay, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Let's see. For each of the settings that we mostly play. So I know I mostly do Pathfinder Second Edition, and I slightly do some Lancer. And Mal, you do a Shadow of the Demon Lord and Masks. For each of the settings, what about the world or the world building has kind of drawn you into saying that this is the game that I'm DMing for my players right now? Like, is there something in particular? And same for the player, like for Frax and Mel, because I know both of you are, especially Mel. Mel, you are DM. You DM me Lancer before I really got into it. So, and Frax, you've a player and done some DMing. But what has drawn you to a particular system? You could do multiple if you would like, but what's kind of drawn you to it? And I like to, as always, I'm going to start off with Mel. Like, what has drawn you about the system, or what has made you say, hey, this is the system that I want to DM and stream and play with my friends?
Well, for one, I love dark fantasy and the grim darkness of the setting. Goblins being a core race, that's another selling point. But the path system, the actual system itself, how you start at level 0, just your ancestry, and then level 1, you choose a path, either like warrior, priest, rogue, mage, and then level 3 branch out. And so it's like multi-classing is just baked in, and then with all the different supplements and everything that add different options, and just the flavor, the look, the lore, and then like yeah, the path system, love it. The traditions, all the magic in this system is really cool. And what else? The initiative, I freaking love initiative in Shadow of the Demon Lord.
Oh, that's the one with like quick action and slow action.
Yeah, fast turn, slow turn.
Faster slow turn, yeah.
Oh, that is
Yeah.
pretty nice.
I love unique initiative systems. It's really cool. Can you care to explain like a briefly that initiative system for us?
All right, initiative is broken into rounds, and in those rounds, there's 3 turns: fast turns, slow turns, and then the end of round, which is usually for like spells and monster abilities if they like go till the end of a round. But during initiative, players either choose fast turn, slow turn, and on a fast turn, you can either move or use an action, and there's some actions that let you do both, or take a slow turn and you can move and use an action. And good guys always go first, and you can go in any order. So if 2 players choose fast turns, they can choose who goes first. So if you're the priest, you don't have to worry about it. It should be like, I want to buff you before you charge in. Let me go first, buff you. And then the other player goes, okay, I'm going to use my action to charge in. And then boom, boom. And then monsters go on fast turns. And then players who chose slow turns go on slow turns, and then monsters. And, you choose at the beginning of every round, fast turns, slow turns. And then, yeah, just get into the action. Who wants to go? You, boom, boom, boom.
So what are
That's
the upsides to a slow turn, and what are the downsides to a slow turn?
the downsides of the main would be if a bad guy chooses a fast turn and goes before you because they get to go
Okay.
first on fast turns, and that would be the main downside for taking a slow turn. But I know people have criticized that usually after combat starts, it just everybody chooses fast turns, which is fine. But there are times when it's beneficial to go slow so you can get more action economy.
Okay. Like if you can sacrifice it and you know that you're in an advantageous position, you might want to get a slow turn to get more action economy because you don't need to go first, or you're in a position that allows you to do that.
Yeah, and it can be a little bad for like indecisive players. It is a system where you should know what you want to do and stuff, but I like it because you don't have to stop everything. Okay, roll initiative. Okay, what you got, what you got, what you got. Okay, it's your turn, it's your turn, it's your turn. I like the ability that players be like, oh, let me go first so I can do this thing, and then you can get into your position, or oh hey, I need you to get out of the way so I can cast this fireball, instead of oh damn, it's your turn and it's my turn and I gotta wait for you, blah 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 kind of stuff. No, where you can strategery more.
Strategery. I love it. That's unique. I know there's like I don't know if it was like a variant rule or old school D&D where it's like certain abilities were faster, so you rolled a smaller dice for or a bigger dice for initiative or something. I forget what it was. So generally, like if you're doing something, you would kind of declare what you're doing, and then you roll a dice based off of that.
That's
I
before my time.
I remember reading up on it at some point, like for initiative. It's just I don't know if it was like D&D or something else. But yeah, it's like, oh, I'm going to cast a spell, so that's like a slower initiative. So you rolled like a dice that wasn't as big as the others, so you usually ended up slower. Whereas like I'm just gonna shoot like a bow that was a little faster than that, but then like, oh, I'm just gonna do a melee attack that's like the fastest thing or something.
That's
I
kind
forget what it
of
is.
familiar. Like I've read that as well, I think.
Okay, well that's cool. Yeah, that initiative system being unique, and obviously the setting. Yeah, the setting is definitely. I played one session of that with my coworker Jordan, who would have wanted to really be here, but unfortunately, job. Um, so he kind of holding the fort alone. So unfortunately, he can't come on to speak. But at some point, especially if we sit down and do something, I might have him jump on with us because he's the one that plays Shadow of the Demon Lord and kind of got me into alternate systems like that recently to try like look into it. He's gotten me into that and Savage Worlds, so um, definitely really cool.
Oh yeah,
Um,
I would have definitely nerded out on some Demon Lord.
well, where there's always next time, and there's always because I definitely I see myself uh, wanting to kind of sit down and learn some Demon Lord a little bit more and kind of play with Fantasy Grounds, and I might even just drag him along with us. So, um, all right. So, Melkor, uh, it's time to shill out one of your systems that you're DMing or playing, and kind of it's like what's kind of drawn you into it. What's kind of made that your choice for one of the systems that you're playing or DMing.
Uh, I play a lot of things. But I'll try and be quick. Um, Pathfinder, obviously. Pathfinder is if you want to play proper TTRPG, um, involving, like a bunch of build your character how you want it, do You know, you have feats for everything. Yeah, you're always making decisions constantly as a player. It feels great. Love it. Monster designs in that game are great. And you know, there's three. You know, it's very technical. And if there are players who really love that, and there are players who don't really like that. And for the players that do, you know, I run that on Sunday for them. And there are players who want to be a little more, you know, loosey goosey. I and want more like RP to kind of decide the things less than roles. Um, so I have been looking into for them Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Dark is really that, and it is really freaking cool. Oh my god. Having the clock timers and like the way in which you're all working together to do like a heist or something like that. But most people don't think that far ahead, or and some people tend to struggle like with thinking like a heist movie and thinking like, oh, I'm gonna think 30 steps ahead, but what if nothing comes of what you just did and you just wasted time? Well, they solve that issue with, you know, being able to be like, oh, flashback moment, boom, right? And it does cost your character, right, to do something like that. But it does mean that that if you come across a situation you hadn't planned for, that the DM have put in your way, you can be like, no, I Ocean's 11 this. I knew this guard in high school. We got into some trouble together, and I saved him, and now I'm going in, and now he's going to pay back that favor to me, or you know, so on and so forth. And I absolutely adore that. That is so cool. Um, or Lancer. Lancer is a bit. It's a bit of both worlds, definitely at this point, especially with the other thing that we got going on. Very technical with the combat, but very loose with the role play. Very loose, where everything's super simple. And so there, I think there in that game, there's some. If you like mechs, and you don't just not just like Gundam mechs, but just like weird mechs, uh, then that's definitely a game for you because it's got that technical side and it's got that loosey goosey side. And any player can find something in there as long as they like mechs. But they're coming out with a thing called Icon, which is going to be a fantasy style. So,
There's also Beacon, which is very similar
mhm,
to that. It has that feel. It feels like a
yeah,
Final Fantasy 14. So when Mal, you mentioned like, hey, you can pick fighter and Shadow Demon Lord, and 3 levels later you can pick whatever. That sounded very similar to how Lancer does things, where when you level up, you pick a license in like a mech, and then you get like the level 1 version of all the stuff that they give you. Then you get the level 2, and there's 3 levels or 3 license levels per mech, and you can level up to level 12. So obviously, inherently, you're going to be multi-classing. Um, so you're kind of like, hey, I'm going to grab stuff from this artillery mech, but then I'm going to grab some things from this sniper mech because I want to be able to artillery with it. You know, you just kind of mix and match and kind of build your own class. And I think it feels very similar to what you mentioned with Shadow of the Demon Lord. So that was really cool when I heard that.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. I like that.
It might be something that we'll like show you a little bit. I know it's not so much dark fantasy, but you know maybe you could make it dark, but it's different. So on the screen, I posted up the One More Multiverse Blades in the Dark trailer because
ooh,
it is that it is a VTT that does Blades in the Dark extremely
yeah,
well and has like the integrated built-in. I actually have this. I just never had a chance to play it. You can create your characters. Yeah, it's
sadly, there's
really
an ad playing for me.
That's
oh
freaking sick.
yeah. If you're looking at that mouse, so I know you've mentioned Blaze in the Dark. So if anyone's ever interested in trying a Blades in the Dark game, this is pretty cool and it has really cool like art and everything is kind of built in. Like it has all the different you know the classes per se. You know, it has all of those. Has a bunch of pre-built enemies, and because Blades in the Dark enemies don't really have so much stats, they're just there. But it has like the different art assets, and it already has the entire city built out and populated by NPCs, like random NPCs. So you can walk around the entirety of the city of Dustfall and click on a building and walk inside the building and just explore it and do things.
That's
So
really, yeah. I remember the last time you told me about this. I really one day want to like run a Blades in the Dark, like 1 or 6 shot, and just really go off.
yeah, like it's showing it
Um,
right here. That's the map, and he's clicking, and you can. There's NPCs already populated. So
Wow,
that's
I love
or,
this.
that's so good.
I'm gonna have to sit down and kind of show you guys it. It's really cool. And this one more multiverse can be used for other games, so I'm not sure what it can be, but it's kind of it's really cool. It's nice, and uh, it does have the, of course, Blades in the Dark is pretty dark in terms of what you are playing, essentially villains, which is cool. So it's
You're playing morally dubious individuals.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what my party is. Morally dubious.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's true. I'm basing it off of the players I've played with, who essentially kidnapped orphan children and then lit their coach on fire to create a distraction so that they can like steal some gems. So it's like the
Yeah,
blue coat to
all right.
chase after. They're like, oh, the blue coats are going to save children. Now we break in and we steal all the gems. And I'm like, wow, yeah, you guys are the bad guys. So
You guys are terrible. You should feel bad.
so
Yeah, damn, I gotta go in and you're really making me out here like thinking about running something like this. I love like noir and pulp noir and stuff like that, and obviously oh my god, what's the game called? Why am I forgetting the game with Corvo Atano?
Dishonored.
Dishonored. Yeah.
He's like, you know the character's name, just forgot the name.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just some the words there I struggle.
You mean Redfall? I'm sorry. Sorry.
Oh,
We won't go there.
yikes.
We'll remember them for Dishonored. Um, so yeah, one more multiverse is the site Runia. It's interesting. It is a browser based, kind of like a VTT. It's pretty good. It has a lot of things that are built in. So yeah, I know, still too soon. I understand the Redfall still there, but yeah, that maybe that's something that we can plan. I definitely want to do a kind of like, maybe like one shots or maybe a community thing. We'll see about doing some of that in the future. This is the whole point of networking and kind of getting to know uh and getting players to kind of meet up with each other.
I
That's the whole
mean,
purpose. So
it is a spooky, it is a very dark, dreary, spooky setting.
I know what you I know what you
It's October.
I know what you're getting at. I know what I pick up what I pick up what you're saying, but also scheduling and making sure we get
Yeah,
everybody.
true, true,
Absolutely.
true, true.
So, um, but yeah, okay. Um, last but not least, my dear Lipton spokesperson Fraxton. Um, tell me about a system. And yes, you are allowed to speak positively about systems that people may not enjoy. I enjoy it if that's what you're doing, but of course, anything that you're playing as well.
So, the world in which we play 5e was actually way older than it. We used to play like with our own homebrew system, which was very simple. It's you roll a d20 for just about anything. The abilities you have, you make up when the DM says you level up, and the DM says you level up whenever they damn feel like it. So that was about all the structure we had. We ended up swapping over to 5e because it's an ideal middle ground between having a good framework for mechanics, for in combat, for skills, uh, for basically anything you would want out of a fantasy TTRPG, without making things very complicated, and while still keeping everything very human readable and most importantly, um, homebrewable. Because we like that, we come from a system where we made it all up ourselves. We want to continue making things up. But we kind of wanted that mechanical framework for it. So you don't have things like where everyone basically has the same stats because you just roll a d20 for whatever skill check, and suddenly the wizard is lifting more than the actual Oni because, well, there was no ability boost, so they rolled higher. Too bad. Um, I know that by now a few of the players involved in that game have already start looking at some different systems as well, like Level Up 5e, which is a very big homebrew expansion of 5e to give it a little more mechanical crunch. But generally, 5e to me remains like the best way to really enter the hobby for TTRPGs. It's very understandable. It's easy to learn as a player, as a DM. It's not the best at everything, but it doesn't need to be that. The accessibility more than makes up for it. And it is integrated in pretty much every virtual tabletop under the sun. Like there's not a single one that doesn't have 5e. So that makes it really, really easy to start with. And all the basic rules and stuff are easy to find online as well. So yeah.
There's a reason why it's the most popular TTRPG.
Yeah, thank you, Matt Merson.
Oh, I forgot one to show real quick for someone in the audience who loves it just as much as I do, real quick, if that's okay.
Go for it. Then we'll go.
Shadowrun 5e.
Shadow.
What a world, what a system.
Is this like worth gonna jump in?
Especially if you speak German.
I wonder who in particular will enjoy this talk about the mention about Shadowrun. But yeah, Shadowrun's definitely
just a quick
definitely
mention.
cool. It's definitely cool. It took me only 3 hours to make my character, so
Luckily, it only took you 3. It took me 12.
oh, skill issue.
Very.
But to go back to oh, there it is. I was waiting for it. To go back to 5e, the reason obviously hating Hasbro has also been kind of a theme for a lot of people, and that's okay. But I think hating Hasbro sometimes bleeds into hating the game. I think the game itself has done nothing wrong. And sometimes it gets a bad rap because of the decisions of some suits, which happens in basically everything. So
yeah,
Wizards doesn't make good business decisions for its consumers. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, they don't. But aside from that, the 5e is still there. It's still good. Even the remaster, like a lot of people have been hating it, but I feel like a lot of that is due to misinformation and not actually reading into what they have done. But the remaster is pretty good. It solves a lot of issues that 5e had at its base. Introduces a few new ones, of course, but that's the truth of any development of any system. So I really like it. I'll be using that. But yeah, aside from that, Hasbro is not a good company. Wizards of the Coast is locked under Hasbro's decisions and has done questionable things on their own. But that shouldn't stop you from just playing 5e. Like it's the game you have. They cannot take it from your hands.
Mhm.
They might try, but No, that's not true.
Yeah.
Um,
And it is true. It was mentioned on in chat that Matt Mercer did switch from Pathfinder First Edition, which in essence is D&D 3.5.7 or something. But
yeah, I've
to
seen people call it D&D 0.75, 3.75.
yeah. So it was switched for the fact that it's more accessible on
Yeah.
stream, which is absolutely true. I mean, if you look at what's happened, I mean, one of the milestones I believe this month for Critical Role, I think they earned like $1 million in charity recently.
Yeah.
So, and they're still one of the highest grossing, if not the top, Twitch earners. So
Yeah.
it's not an accident. I mean, obviously, the players and Matt Mercer himself and the production value and the amount of work they put into it is why they are successful. And I'm sure they could probably run almost anything and be somewhat successful. But I think it's a mix of the work that they've done and the accessibility of 5e that's gotten to that point. So it's a
Yeah.
testament to the system. So yeah, that's cool.
To make a practical example out of this, like from the perspective of someone who doesn't know TTRPGs very well or games in general, it's just easier to explain that this hit lands because the person had advantage, which means they roll twice and choose the high one, than to go, for example, to Pathfinder Second Edition and say this hit lands because they are being flanked, which is a -2. They had blast, which is another +1, and he has this specific feat that gives another +1 against enemies that are wearing metal armor. That's a way longer explanation. It's easy to just say advantage.
Yeah.
So that makes D&D very accessible towards people that aren't like shoulder deep into TTRPGs.
Yeah. So Malnum, how complex is Shadow of the Demon Lord compared to 5e? Like, where would you rate it?
I would say it's about the same level of complexity. Maybe a slightly bit easier.
Okay.
As D&D?
Yeah,
Or
it's 5e. It's 5e. Yeah, D&D.
Yeah, from what I saw when I was looking at it, it's there's similarities to it, but yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I want to. Oh God, I keep saying I want to play it. I know another system you were mentioning, Shadow Dark. Was it? That was another one that you were interested in playing.
Yeah, I looked into for a little bit, kind of got distracted by, distracted my brain from prep for a little bit and dug into it, and it looked pretty interesting, but I did a test run IRL, and it was cool, but I don't need to distract myself with learning another system right now.
Gotcha.
is fair.
Um, yeah, I know. Shadow Dark is very similar to 5e, except the numbers are more flat. Um,
It's like old school D&D
yeah,
with some 5e influences.
yeah. So yeah, like the video right there, old school gaming, new school mechanics. So
Hmm?
it has a lot of the old school style of rules, but they have a lot of the quality of life. So it's very similar to it's like Age of Mythology. It's like someone took an OSR and did an Age of Mythology on it.
Like they
Modernized,
redesigned the game that you remember being OSR instead of
yeah,
actually making OSR.
yeah. So it's still OSR. It's still tough. Like you're going
Yeah.
to struggle, but it also is very familiar. It has a lot of the new mechanics that make sense. Um, I've been making characters with people and messed around with it. I enjoy it because again, it's very simple compared to 5e. So like, you get like one move and one attack, and like you don't attack twice per turn. You don't get more attacks. You don't get bonus actions. It's just very like the action economy is just very impactful, and that's kind of one of the core uh, sets of rules that was mentioned for the developer. Was she wanted it to be that every action was impactful, so that there's no like bonus action or whatever. It's just like you attack or you shove or you do whatever. Um, and one of the cool mechanics, and it's again, this leads into the whole world building, the whole aspect, setting the mood and tone, is the fact that nobody has dark vision, no race. There are elves, there are goblins, because there's goblins as a core race in here. Nothing has dark vision, and basically every enemy does, except for like the humanoid enemies, but every enemy has dark vision. So darkness is its own thing that you have to deal with on a really like fundamental level. And torches work on a real life timer. So you actually light a torch. That torch lasts for an hour, IRL. If we were playing at 2:41 p.m. Eastern time, my time, that torch would go off. So it's basically if you could get an entire dungeon done in that time or 2 turns, depending on like, how long your turns are taking or whatever, or if you're asking a lot of questions or whatever. So it gives that sense of urgency, and it helps set the mood, which is again a really important part of world building, is that feeling that you have, because you're now immersed in the game. Now you're like, okay, I need to really understand what's happening, because it's my turn. All right, well, I'm going to take my crossbow and fire a shot. Oh, beep 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 beep. What's going on? Oh, the torch went out. Oh crap. Okay, well, you're still taking that shot, but now it's in total darkness. So like that kind of stuff happens, and it's really cool. I do like that. So, but
That's
if you're
something you could
familiar,
easily steal for all the systems.
I mean, absolutely.
That's something I really like want to promote more. Just steal from other systems, from other media, from everything. Like we've said it before, but steal everything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think the that torch and lighting mechanic really benefits from like virtual tabletop dynamic lighting, because I
Yeah.
my IRL test run, it was fun, but it was like, man, it would be much cooler if we could see the darkness, right?
Yeah, the whole map just goes dark. Yeah.
hmm It's really dramatic. Like add a whoosh sound effect to it, maybe.
See, my IRL games, I do use a virtual tabletop. I essentially kind of connect the virtual tabletop to multiple monitors, and everyone else who's there, they have their tokens and they log into their laptops and they can see. Um, and then we're in person, but we're also playing like virtually. So it's kind of like a hybrid, which is pretty interesting. So
Yeah, but I it was an excuse to pull out all the minis and all the maps and stuff that I haven't used in years.
oh yeah, I ended up buying the Bloodborne uh, board game just to get a bunch of minis. Like this was
Hell
a
yeah.
couple years ago.
Oh yeah. You ever get it?
Yeah, I have all them. It's at the library. It's at my job.
Oh.
So it's like it's just sitting there, and we used it a couple times. We've never played the actual Bloodborne video game. Or, sorry, not the video game. I've played the video game to death. The board game,
I'm
it's
very hyped for the PC remaster.
Yeah. Ha 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 ha. You're so funny.
you are.
Mel's gonna kill me.
I'm gonna take away your cheese. That's what I'm
How
going to
dare!
do.
Oh, and another thing that I was using before, and I got back into it. Tailspire. Has anyone here used Tailspire?
Oh yeah, they got 3D model world placing thing.
Yeah,
Integration with Hero Forge.
Mm-hmm.
I've used Tailspire to like actually create a 3D model of a map. So
Yeah,
I mean,
you were showing me the tavern you made. in
Yeah.
Tailspire, that one time that your players actually go to and are in your campaign.
Yeah, it's the tavern that was made by the library group. They actually rebuilt it. We took a session where people were doing bookkeeping. This was around the time where we switched from 5e to Pathfinder Second Edition. So they were doing bookkeeping, and the rest of us, while other people were, some people already had their characters waiting, some people needed more time. They were kind of just going in there, putting everything together, adding things here, adding things there. So it was really cool. So I also use Dungeon Alchemist. I know Mal, you mentioned Dungeon Alchemist. I use that because it does have good integration with Foundry. You can just basically just export it, and then it imports the lights and the doors and everything like automatically. So it's really good.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
same with Fantasy Grounds. Very cool.
yeah. So do you find yourself making the maps yourself, downloading and editing, using the AI tools for that? How do you normally? What's your process for maps?
So for the longest time, I just used what either came with like there was a Fantasy Grounds like a $5 a month subscription that gave you access to a bunch of map assets. So
Mhm.
I either used those or I bought a few off of Fantasy Grounds for certain situations. But more recently, Twixie has Dungeon Alchemist, one of my players, Twixie Gabo, and she's done all the maps recently in Dungeon Alchemist. Whatever I need, try not to spoil any of the story or anything, but she makes the maps and I put them in.
Yeah, Dungeon Alchemist is good. I actually gifted it to um, a friend so that they use it on our Saturday campaign. Um, so I think I gifted it to Kelth, and Kelth and Splat use it. So it's really nice. I use it from time to time. I mix things up because sometimes the maps, if I keep using the same maps, could kind of come out pretty sameish. Not that they're sameish like in a bad way, but it's like I start seeing myself making the same map, so I use different map tools. But yeah, that's one of the like good ones for like an emergency. Like, okay, this path obviously there's nothing there. In front of you is the chest with all the gold and jewelry and all the enemies and this whole pre-planned adventure going towards the right. And my party's like, I want to go towards the left, and I'm like, crap. All right, now I need to make a map real fast. That's what I use it
Rocks
for.
fall, caves closed. Too bad. Only the right.
So so that's where I kind of use it, and it works. But yeah, Tailspire is fantastic. The thing I want to learn is how to get to integrate Tailspire more often, because you can't really export it because it's like 3D, so into like Foundry. So I'm trying to figure out a way to do it. I know Foundry has some modules for 3D, so you
Yeah,
probably could just
but
completely, but I
they
don't.
probably don't work together at
I
the
mean,
moment.
probably do knowing Foundry. It's just you need to know what you're doing.
Yeah, someone
Uh,
would need to make it. It's probably capable of doing it, but I'm not sure if anyone has actually, made a module that can interpret Tailspire data and display it properly and put it out on Foundry.
I know the for Lancer we did isometric maps, which is really cool.
Yeah, that was really cool.
It's a little kind of janky because so it's clipped through some of the things, but it actually is
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah, I feel like there's a good balance for flat maps like the one we were playing on yesterday and the ISOs that we played on like the session before.
Mhm.
There's like a good place for both of them depending on what the mood and what the need is. Everything really just boils down to being what tool do you want to use in your toolbox. Now, if you limit yourself to only one tool, you're gonna start running into issues.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah,
that's why you use all the tools that you have available, including your players.
exactly.
Yeah, they are giant tools. No way.
Oh wait, So, yeah, but definitely map making is a huge part of like the prepping and the world building too. So, that's really cool that Mal, you have someone that helps with maps. Um, it's interesting because you don't want to give things away too, so it's kind of cool that you have to work through that.
And some things were already established, but it was all theater of the mind. And then I said, hey, you can make this stuff if you want to. Like this image here is like the secret devil cult lair under the bar. There's the sacrificial chamber, the sleeping quarters, the training room, the meeting room, and then the cellar for the tavern. And Twixie, I was like, hey, if you want to make this, just make it however you imagined it in your head, however I described it, and this is what she did.
That's cool. Now, is it because that game is kind of abstract that it's easier to play theater to mind with that one?
Well, I mean, you can theater the mind any game.
Mhm.
I know my players like maps and minis for combat, so that was my main thing. When that's my main style of running, at least, is theater the mind, describe things, show NPC minis and models to the players, and try to describe them if I remember, or I just share the image, and then maps and minis for combat. But we've had a few maps come up just for funsies that weren't for combat, but usually theater of the mind. Like this last episode, we did the wedding, and Twixie made a wedding in hell map.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. I was actually gonna go back and check the VOD. I was just busy for this week.
I'll release it on YouTube soon. Support the YouTube. Ah,
Ah, support the YouTube. Someone plug it. What is
I'll
it?
pay someone.
No, she's stuff.
Yeah, she's stuff.
But oh yeah, that's gonna be cool. Yeah, we also have a YouTube where I upload when I remember the podcasts. So
yeah, plug your YouTube too. I like to support as well.
I will see about doing that. I remember. Where is it? There it is. But
Thinking about using the players as tools actually gave me a thought, or reminded me of something that a friend of mine once told me. Because he liked calling writing a backstory like giving your DMs knives. In the sense that you need to make sure that there's a bunch of knives in your backstory for your DM to stab you with. Stuff like, family, friends, uh, teacher figures, whatever you can think of. Like an incident with the local butcher, I don't know, like run ins with mercenaries. Like all these little events that the DM can be like, okay, now I want to bring those back to hurt my player with. Like, in a good way, narratively. But yeah, the whole tool thing reminded me of that. I feel like it is fitting for world building, like on the player side of things.
you know what system does that really well that I really enjoy?
Is it Blades in the Dark? Because that would be really funny.
Blaze in the Dark, yeah. But Savage Worlds does that.
Ah, damn.
So Savage Worlds, when you make your character, you assign your points, um, and then you get what's called edges, which are like feats. But you can then earn more points to spend on edges and attributes by giving yourself hindrances, which are essentially feats, but in the opposite direction. So yeah, victory edges. So like I sat down with Solzy and we were making a character for her. And my like her character had a hindrance of a obligation. Um, it's very vague, but then you can put what the obligation is. So for her, her obligation was her child. So she had a child that she needs to spend X amount of time with, and that's a complication. And that's something that comes up in game. Like if she needs to do downtime activities, she might not have the time because she has a child. That also gives me as a DM something to, you know, threaten her with. If like, oh, like the city is under siege, but your child lives there, you're gonna want to be more inclined to do something about it, or whatever the case, whatever the story may be. You can do all sorts of things like making yourself one-eyed, making yourself older, younger. Um, some of the some of the hindrances may not seem like hindrances until you start playing the game. One of the hindrances, for example, is code of honor. And you're like, how is that a hindrance? When you realize, well, you pick your code of honor and you have to really stick to it. Like if you're like, yeah, my character doesn't kill, unless provoked. But then there's a time where it pops up and you accidentally kill someone, or you have to and you don't, and then it comes up the complications in the story. So it's really cool. I really enjoy that system, and I really want to play it. I haven't really played it much. I ran a test with Solzy, and it was really fun. Because we were doing Pathfinder Savage Worlds, which completely supported by Paizo, and they kind of ported over Pathfinder First Edition to Savage Worlds. I had Adira wrestle a Minotaur to the ground, and she one-shot it with an aim shot to the head. And it was like a boss monster. It was really cool. And it's also one of the systems that has another interesting initiative system, because I know, Mal, you're talking about slow and fast, because we all know Pathfinder and 5e. The Minotaur died. But Pathfinder and 5e has, like, you roll once and that's your initiative, So what Savage Worlds does is you have a deck of cards, and then you are each given a card at the beginning of each round, and that card determines where you are in the initiative. The higher the card, and depending on also the suit, that's where you are. And some edges work on like, hey, you get 2 cards and whatever, or you get different things. And there's also some edges that play off of the cards you get. So if you get anything lower than X amount, you count it as this. Or there are jokers in the deck, and if you get a joker, you can go whenever, and a lot of things proc off of a joker. Like if you have the 1 feet like Deadeye or something, you get like extra damage when you're dealt a joker. So every time the round ends, the focus goes right to like dealing the deck of cards to the players. And I like that feel because it's less like, oh, I rolled low or for my initiative, so I'm not going to go for 20 minutes to, all right, the round's over. Oh, am I going to go first this time? And it kind of puts that excitement in there. So, because that whole game is all about being like fast, fun, furious. That's its mantra. So let me stop chilling that game.
I played a mini campaign of Deadlands. I'm familiar with the initiative. It was a fun experience.
I hear Deadlands is amazing, and I want to play it at some point. I guess I will quickly shill one more thing. So, in case no one knows, Savage Worlds is a system agnostic or like setting agnostic generic system. It can basically run anything from like ancient Greece and cavemen, whatever you want, to like sci-fi, cyberpunk, alien ships, and like starfighters, Star Wars, whatever. Because everything is kind of very generic in how it's described. And then there are setting books that go more in depth, like Deadlands being one of them. And of course, companion books that add things like the fantasy companion that adds a lot of fantasy aspects, or the superhero companion that adds a lot of superhero things into it. But yeah, there's all sorts of books. I think, Frax, I was showing you some of the Weird Wars Rome, where the Roman soldiers are fighting like Cthulhu monsters. So,
I mean, they did. We thank them for their service.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a Cthulhu monster? No. The Romans did their job. So, um, so it's really cool. So, yeah. All right. It is 2. So I think it's a good time to take a quick break. We'll come back, kind of talk a little bit more about some more world building, maybe toss some ideas that maybe we want to. I actually want to have a section where we toss ideas that we want to try that we may not be trying. Oh yeah, yes, GURPS, very similar. It's this generic system. And then if we have time at the end, we'll do a little bit of some of the news because I shifted the news towards the end so that we can kind of get right into the whole world building aspect. So we'll take a quick 10, 15 stretch, get some water, and we'll be right back. During our break, though, we're gonna have a community spotlight for a member of our community, which will be Falco. I know Frax and Mel are familiar with Falco. Mel, you might not have seen any of Falco's work. You will be impressed. Falco the Argento is our little Flaco or a little flaky. They are
Shortcuts.
Like a Paco.
a little short artist. We have a lot of artists in our community, so we are spoiled as hell. And Flaco does a lot of good.
Blessed. Absolutely blessed.
Yep. Flaco has a lot of time lapses. I said, give me some of your time lapses of some of your character art. So we're gonna play those for a little bit. You guys get to enjoy some Flaco time lapse art. Definitely support them if you are interested in getting some art. I will post their card here. Boom, boom. Support them if you have a chance. They do some good work, and we'll be taking a break. I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, we're back. Thank you for waiting. I'm glad to see people enjoying Falco art in the back.
We always enjoy Falco art.
Mm-hmm.
There was also some artsy art snuck in there as well with the character sheet. So,
It's good stuff.
exactly, it is good stuff. Once it's actually perfectly timed. So we're gonna continue in our kind of world building, character building, all that discussion, and kind of push off to another topic here, similar to in that vein. And then I have an idea for later, but we'll see how that goes. So Melkor, take it away. Take it away, my brother.
Okay. So I got a few questions here that I'm going to point at each one of you. We're going to start off with Malum first. Malum, question for you. Is there been a moment? What is like a moment that stuck out to you for world building for you, particular as a DM that you really loved or you really got caught away with, or ran away with?
Oh, I don't know if you're familiar with Shadow of the Demon Lord, the actual Shadow of the Demon Lord, but in that actual mechanic is like an apocalypse that is about to descend upon the world. And there are there's a table of 20 in the core book that you can roll on, or you can make up your own. And then some of the lore in the Demon Lord and some of the supplements, there is, the devil, and then there's something called the New God, and there's Astrid, the prophet, who had a revelation of the New God and created basically the cult of the New God. So my favorite thing was having the return, the second coming of Astrid, and that be the shadow of the demon lord. The shadow had fallen on the prophet Astrid, and she returned, and now she is causing trouble.
Awesome. And like, how did you use her? How did you use her in um, this prophet?
So she returned, right? Returned to the party, and
Mhm.
we had a new player, Rainer, playing Lethe, who is like a daughter of the devil, and watched over Astrid in hell and didn't realize that the shadow had fallen over her. So when
Okay.
she returned, we had it was like, okay, she needs to go to the holy city because something's going on there, preventing, a lot of exposition, blah blah blah. So they returned to the Holy Kingdom, and it was revealed that Astrid was, befallen by evil, and claimed the party were heretics and devil worshippers, which they are, and tried to slay them, but they escaped. And now we have Astrid returned, who is in charge of the Holy Kingdom, and declared a couple of the cardinals like the horsemen of the apocalypse, and has started to try to create a holy war.
That's really interesting. A whole domino effect off of one big world building moment. Love that.
Thanks.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I can even see that in my head. It's a very vivid picture painted.
Awesome.
Um, Rain.
Yeah.
For you as a DM, is there a moment? Is there a moment of world building that you kind of ran away with? Got swept up by the metaphorical muse and really went wild with that you really liked or sticks out
Uh,
to you.
yeah, absolutely. It's gonna be in my Monday campaign.
Mm,
My Monday campaign is one that takes place in New Moon City, which is kind of like the cyberpunk fantasy world, with all that jazz. And one of the things about that campaign is that Solzy, one of my players, her character is kind of a private eye detective, like noir style, playing as an investigator. And the thing about her character is she came preloaded with an entire family. So
Oh no.
Oh no.
she had a daughter, she had a son, she had a mom, she had friends, she had an adopted son figure, and whatnot. And one of the things that I kind of ran with is so her character is like a tiefling, an orc tiefling, but she was turned into a vampire.
Okay.
So she wants to figure out what's happened, what turned her into a vampire, and all that. So she's like, something turned her into a vampire, and she doesn't necessarily know what did. Um, so she kind of left it really vague, and we started talking, and I think one of the conversations I kind of came to the realizations like, this is like a faceless villain. I don't know, I don't have an idea what to do with this villain. And then I said, wait a minute, why not just make it a faceless villain? Why not just make it? So that's where I ended up creating the Faceless Man, who is essentially, he has no face. His face is the absence of space and light. Because one of the lore things that we created, and this is also jumping off of that, was her character being female. Her character is actually like male, transition to female. One of the things I've established in my lore is that the changeling race on this continent go through kind of a ritual to have children. And rather than the traditional act of doing it, they share pieces of their soul with each other in a like kind of like a really like a Vulcan mind meld style moment.
Gotcha.
And then with that, they create an essence, a shard of pure light that is then kind of like matured. So they carry it around with them, like they put it in a necklace or something, because it's a very stable. It's really hard to destroy. That was established from the get go. Like you can hit it with like a nuke and it would still survive. And so they keep it around their neck, and then it matures into a baby, like a newborn child, and then it's raised normally. And the shardlings, as they're called, have like quirks. They have a kaleidoscope colored eyes, because their their eyes are all colors until they kind of mature, and then they choose a color. So it's all about choice. It's all about accepting who you are, and it's also kind of an inclusive style of like reproduction and something done. And I started writing this with a teenager in my library who's trans herself. So it was kind of a way for them to kind of come to terms with transitioning and whatnot. And I was like, this is cool. I like it. It's inclusive, but it's also unique. It's not, it's its own thing. And it also makes sense for the changelings in the world, because and changelings can be whatever. So it makes sense that they have a way to reproduce that's not traditional. So the Faceless Man, as all this buildup of how these things are, how special the shardlings are, and the light, and you can hit them with nukes and everything. The Faceless Man basically snapped his fingers, and the light of her youngest child, when it was still a shard, extinguished. Just like that. And it was like, wait a minute. It's like, you telling me that you can hit this thing with a nuke and it just takes longer. What happens is the more it's hit, the longer it takes to mature. So like if you're always hitting it, it might take a year to turn into a baby before it whatever. You're telling me this thing could just extinguish the light. And it's like, yeah, that's exactly what it did. And immediately the stakes were set for this villain. Was like, oh crap. So she had to make a decision on her character and sacrifice something else to make sure that her son would survive. And this was in the past. So she said she'll do whatever, and the faceless man essentially extinguished another, like took someone else's light, their child, and put it back into hers. So her child was born normally, but someone else lost their child.
Oh.
And that person who lost their child was somebody that was working directly for him. And so he conveniently let them know that it was Soulsy's character that did that. So now, not only does Soulsy have this one character, the Faceless Man, who is like has the power to extinguish the Shardlings, she has the mother of the child that was sacrificed to save her own, and it set up the Faceless Man to be this kind of like, he's not a direct confrontation style of villain. He's the kind of villain that plays people against each other. So the entire campaign, he's been doing that. He's been forcing them to like deal with like difficult situations. The last time they fought him, they were tricked into chasing him into a different plane of existence. And then when they did that, he replaced the party with changelings or like whatever to go and kill her family. And then when they were in that different plane, he was essentially like playing the vision to her so she could see her family die in front of her eyes. Thankfully, the party set up NPCs and had established connections where they came to the rescue, which was really cool. It's like, oh yeah, they came, and they were like super hyped because they came and saved them, the family, which was a kind of a reward for what they did. Okay, I was about to say we might have to skip this one, but I think this one is fine. And then what they ended up fighting was a shard that was fed too much light. So the Faceless Man was stealing light from other shards, like killing the like multiple children. Essentially, it was I mean, he's a bad guy, obviously.
Yeah.
It's cool. And feeding it into one, which turned it into this abomination. So I took the Shining Child stat block, which is this like enemy that uses pure light, and was just like this abomination, and it essentially was like an unborn child that was like wild. And in essence, what it was they were basically fighting something that for her reminded her of her son. It was like, my son was one of these. It's like forcing a mother to fight like a mutated fetus. So it's basically what it was. And it used like powers that essentially directly damaged undead. It used like vitality damage, and her mom, Soulsy's character is undead, is a vampire. So it was completely built to make her suffer. So he like had a plan within a plan to just make her like suffer, kind of like Knives from Trigun, where
it wasn't pointing him in the wrong way to make him suffer.
And it wasn't that he wanted to kill him; he wanted him to suffer. Fortunately for the party, through his unique whatever, they were able to, with the emotion that was going on and protecting the child, they were able to kind of convert that thing into a shard again. And now the party carries it with them. It's like it was born from all of their love and emotion and wanting to protect each other. So they basically now have a shard that's going to probably take a really long time because there's a lot of energy inside of it. But they kind of foiled his plans, and the NPCs that they made friends with and took the time to kind of get to know and protected her family. So his plans were foiled, and so he's kind of pissed. So he's been gone for a while. But that was just a spark of, you don't have a face to this enemy, and we just kind of rolled with it. and we
I
expanded
really,
upon that.
I really like that. There's a stakes were set. There's it's very clear the vision, and you're rolling with some older lore that you had set up, expanding upon it further with another person, and being able to kind of like interweave a person's own personal narrative and kind of strike that capture that lightning, that would invest them so deeply. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Frax.
Yeah, kind of a difficult question for me because I'm mostly on the player side of things.
Well, I have a player-sided question for you. If this would be
Oh,
a great turning point for that. Is
go
there
for it.
is there is there a great moment like that on the player side where there was a great moment of world building that a DM had done for you, that you found to be really enticing or very fascinating? Or was there a moment where you were able to bring out a piece of world building and play ball with the DM and kind of bounce an idea back and forward, to create something really special in the narrative?
So, one of my first characters was a paladin, and I had, together with the others, but this one was very much like my part of the world to build.
Mhm.
Made this holy empire that my paladin was a part of, and as part of the lore of that was something that I totally did not steal from Star Wars. Um, Basically, the paladins aren't like recruited normally. They are like children that lost their parents or that are given up by their parents because they can't support them, and instead they are trained, in uh, the Force, the Holy Force. So essentially, my paladin didn't know his parents. He just knew that he was from the Holy Empire. It was, which was in where the game was going on, was pretty far away. Um, and he was on his mission, and certainty and all of that. He didn't really need to know more because this was just the way things were done. So obviously that's not what happens. So fast forward a few in-game months, and we visit this kingdom on a new island. Well, new for us. Well, also new to the game because we basically just wrote it to have an adventure. That's how world building goes if you're doing it on the fly. But we visited this place, this island that was having a werewolf epidemic. So we arrived in one of the port cities that was safe, but there was a bunch of refugees, and my paladin, being the lawful good do-good it was, helped the local church like hand out food and blankets and stuff, like made a donation, which was funny because the rogue had previously like stolen the gold from that church, and then my paladin donated, I think, about double back without knowing that the rogue had done that. So the rogue player out of character was laughing his ass off. Um, but yeah, so after finding out what's going on, they the party travels through the swamps to the capital city of the completely werewolf infested kingdom. Find their way into the royal palace. Find out the history of the place along the way. In the royal palace, there's this big wall with a tapestry, just like the family history of the royal family, and you can probably see where this is going at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah. So there was this big demon battle like about 28-ish years ago, which coincidentally is about the age of my paladin.
Hmm.
And
Interesting.
they depict this big detailed carpet, and the king is on there in all his youthful glory, leading them to battle, and he looks like my fucking paladin. Yeah. So
Interesting.
long story short, after we fixed the werewolf epidemic and most of the people turned back, he meets up with his dad, who is, yeah, the king. Like, apparently he was lost during that giant demon battle, and they didn't know whose kid he was because he was just a baby, and he'd been trained by the order instead. But yeah, he was the rightful heir. So that was definitely something.
That is Fascinating. I love the twist, the twist that, coming through and being like, oh, dad, huh?
Yeah, basically,
That
they're just
is,
entering a big hall and looking at the tapestry and being like, "Ha, hmm, oh,
and
well, I have some stakes more in this now."
and it's also really cool that you were able to kind of create a part of this world that the DM was like, hey, here, take this section, take this chunk, here, play with it, come up with something, and then started doing some really 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 neat stuff with that. That is absolutely
Yeah,
fantastic.
that was very much a thing for the group and still is because we're still using that world.
Hmm.
Um, we all basically just carved out our own little pieces of it, like made countries, traditions, cultures, put races down there, put history events, like whatever
Yeah,
was just on our minds, and then we could use it in the game. It's just it's a really big world by now, and every now and then
yeah,
you need some advice or you need to adjust some things because you need to have
make it
some
fit.
sort of agreement on tone and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
generally, it came out really well.
nice. That is absolutely fantastic. So posing I don't know what we're looking like on time, Rain.
You're good.
um okay. Posing that question back to you right now, loop all the way back to Malum here in a minute. Rain, was there a moment as a player um where you were able to do some world building with a DM and kind of really ran off with it and really played that metaphorical ball game back and forward? That really sticks out.
I have a funny moment, and then I have a really, which is quick, and then I have a serious one.
Okay, sounds great. Shoot him.
My first character was a swashbuckling rogue 5e, um, but basically chaotic neutral, um, not a good person. And we established essentially um, like a ring, a pit fighting ring or something for like different like we basically created Pokemon. Um, so we had like where you can capture uh different beasts and turned it into kind of like when roosters fight, like a rooster fight type thing. So or a
Mhm.
dog fight. And again, it was established my character's not a good person.
Gotcha.
So got into that. Turns out uh, he rolled with it for the longest time because he had told me at one point there was a undercover detective agency that were essentially druids that infiltrated the fighting ring and made their way to the championship so that they can get closer to the person that was running it. And I'm like, you know what? F it, we ball. Um, so we essentially turned that into because I was like, I don't want my character to be bad. Turned it into that my character was an informant, internal informant, covering for this druid to win through the championship to get into the private quarters of the person who was running it so that
Mhm.
they can take them down. So that was like a lot of fun world building, taking a stupid idea that I was like, I'm just going to do it for fun. And then we just kind of went with it and turned it into like a multi-stage quest, which was really cool.
Nice.
Um, I think a serious one is, and I'm just gonna embarrass Mega again, is my android. My android, who's gone through multiple lives. The fact that he doesn't know what's going on and is trying to figure and piece together what it is, and struggling to understand what his goal is, and having a moment of reflection where his priorities shifted from just wandering aimlessly to wanting to protect people that he cared about. Because it was kind of like I wanted to get some story, and my DM was like, you know what, let's roll with it. So we kind of went with role play on the Discord. Uh, had my character lash out some of his frustrations that he was having that I myself was having as well, not towards, of course, the DM or the campaign, but like what I wanted to do with the story. I was obviously
Yeah.
frustrated. I didn't know what to do, and I kind of feel that into the character himself being frustrated because there were people that he cared about and that he wanted, and specifically one person that he basically loved, but because he was broken, he's damaged.
Mhm.
He can't properly express it or do what he thinks is right, and he's stumbling. And he does not want to because he wants to protect the people he care about. So we turned that into something really cool. So yeah, that's my thing.
Nice. So, Malum, question
Yes.
is tossed to you. Is there a moment? Is there a moment as a player um, that you were able to that you were able to pass the ball back metaphorically with the GM to kind of create a really special real world building moment that really stands out to you?
I honestly don't have many like player stories like that, but I have
Mhm.
a pretty, I think, decent DM with player for another
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
player.
That works perfectly as well as well.
Yeah, yeah. So, like the first Shadows Fall campaign, Tears of Heaven,
Mhm.
like episode 3, I had them fight like a villain that was created but had like a sidekick, which was the antagonist person for the Twixie had created, and they
Mhm.
defeated him easily. Cut off a leg and then killed him. And Twixie gave me feedback afterwards saying, "Hey, kind of sucks that my villain kind of just died like that, and the combat was introduced like that." And I was like, "Cool, cool," and took that feedback. But then
Yeah.
Ruby sends me an image of the of that bad guy with like a metal leg and like a metal eye. It's like, what if he didn't die? What if he came back? I'm like,
Mm.
I'm in, I'm in. So
Nice.
so a few episodes later, he returns, causes some havoc, kidnaps her dad, Twixie's character's dad, and they have to go rescue him out of a warehouse before he gets dumped in a vat of acid. All because Ruby sent me a model and was like, "Hey, he shouldn't die. You can bring him back." And they loved it.
Gotcha. And how is that? How has that experience? How has that experience kind of affected your role building going forward?
Oh, I listen to my players a lot now. Like every
Mhm.
time they like make some kind of offhand remark, I take it and
Mm.
I'll do something with it. Like Ruby said something about like some guy who came to get some information and take her to like a bad guy and got beat up and kicked out of her brothel. And she was like, "Ah, that'd be funny if he came back as a villain." I was like, "Oh yeah, well, I got him."
Wouldn't that
That'd
be?
be really
That'd be
funny taking
that'd be
notes.
quite funny. Hmm.
Oh, Yizla's
Okay.
in chat. She's one of my players in season 1. She was an orc brawler. She's badass. She's a muscle woman VTuber.
A
Nice.
muscle woman VTuber, you say?
Frax.
I think you need to look at the robot in the room.
What do you mean the robot in the room?
What's
That's
up,
you.
Yizla?
I mean, I like what I
Uh,
like, dude. I'm not gonna
hey,
deny
hey,
that.
hey! People like what they like, and that is a-okay.
Hmm.
Nice. Yeah, sitting down and learning a lot with players is really interesting. There's something that I really want to try. Rain, I know you were talking about something in particular of something we all kind of want to try eventually, and I kind of want to pose this to the lot of you guys, if that's okay. Um,
Sure.
so what I'm wanting to do is I'm starting up another Eberron campaign sometime in the future. Again, it's about it's my the time for my current Eberron campaign to kind of end its ending note hit its ending note is about a year from now, maybe a year and a half, and talked to one of my players, and I was like, oh yeah, this would be kind of interesting, or one of the people I've want to have in the campaign. I was like, this would be kind of interesting to do. And it is sitting down and running one shot or six shot, or how, like 1 to 6 shot, right? Anywhere in between, right? But running more than one of them, and handing these players, handing each, it could be different players or the same players, and handing them sheets, be like, hey guys, make characters for this. You guys are part of like a heist organization, or you're a part of this point in history. Or another one could be this: you're a part of this point in history, and you're famous characters, right? And then kind of role playing out the kind of the story and the history of the world that you can then take and bring back and full back into your current narrative, right? Where you're like, oh, I remember that moment where we stole this crown from this one person and we dropped it off in the back of a cart, and that's the motherfucker who has it now. You know what I mean? These kind of these moments that I kind of want to like grab at. Just wondering what you guys thought about that.
That sounds really interesting because I do
Kind of,
I do a lot of that with my different groups. Like for example,
Icarus.
Victor and Icarus for Icarus
Mm-hmm.
for that was a thing that played out in a one shot, and that was a
Mm-hmm.
key moment for the world, and something that you guys are playing around. So that's yeah. I think that's cool.
All right, nice.
That's probably
But
a good. But no. Oh yeah, this is that picture. That was funny. Sorry.
is there but like,
Hey,
so
win.
creating a one shot idea for creating a 1 to 6 shot idea for potentially building up a background, or a point for the current story, for um shadows. um would you guys be interested in doing something like that?
Yeah, sounds very interesting, honestly.
Yeah, if we can get a good time for it, I'd totally be down.
Alrighty.
Oh, there's two. We got two win put back to back. I'm sorry.
2 back-to-back win
Just
posts.
keep winning. Keep winning.
Keep winning. Because yeah, I'm definitely interested in shadows, and kind of seeing a different style of system, and especially a more theater of the mind from someone who's far more experienced in that. Because I usually use a lot of uh, tools and a lot of pictures and stuff like that, but I think peeling things back to the bare necessities can really draw out a lot more out of an individual, just as much as
Did someone say winning? I think I see myself on screen. Oh yeah. So this is the first time Rain. Oh well, we skipped. Well, that was the first time Rain worked with Falco. So I want to say Falco kicks ass. I'm gonna give it back to Rain. He went to grab something. Bye everybody.
But yeah, for the theater of mind, definitely, I love to put it in my players' hands. You know, when someone casts a spell, I always ask, "What does it look like when you cast a spell?" I want to know how it looks when your character casts this particular spell.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. That's actually something that Melkor is really good at. When we have really cool moments, he'll pass the spotlight to us to explain it. I've been trying to implement that more often myself, but yeah, that's definitely really cool. I like that.
I like doing it a lot with my metal kineticist because the whole thing with metal kinetics allows for some really funny situations because they basically don't give you a guideline of what your projectile looks like. Instead, it can be just anything because that's you literally have the feet to shape it into different weapons, and from there you can just snowball it. Like, yeah, no, I make his dagger longer and stab him that way, or I drop an Acme anvil on his head, stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's a good moment to kind of I think it's a good moment to kind of, take you because like a narrative critical moment or a narrative critical success can build into a moment for an individual via, kind of tying it back into the story that the individual the player is going through already, right? So where the critical failure might have been less about, oh, you missed the swing and you're playing a barbarian. Oh, you're getting angrier and angrier and angrier, and you're just lashing out and, swinging wildly and overextending yourself to the point of, you know of causing yourself more issue than being calm and kind of pulling back instead of
Mhm.
just feeling like, oh, you missed. Because, everyone hates a big, oh, I missed and the dice kind of hit me really bad there, especially if it continuously happens. But kind of turning that instead into a narrative moment, I feel I've seen actually that it does wonders for the player getting more drawn into the world and into their character as a whole. And especially you can do the same thing, obviously, very easily with critical success moments as well.
That's why I really love systems that have like degrees of success.
Mm-hmm.
Falco detected.
Hey, Falco can actually speak.
Blacko.
Flacco.
Flaky. I also did link a document for the because I did keep a document. This was, of course, back and forth between me and Solzy, who helped kind of organize this. About the soul binding, if anyone was interested in how it was done, or also I did write up a significance for different people for why it's important in the campaign. To talk about like people transitioning, culture, family structure, conformism,
Yeah.
stuff like that. So I just figured it'd be an interesting read because I sometimes end up doing that because at the library they're like, "What did you do today?" I was like, "Ah, we did this," and it's always good for anecdotes to have things written up. So, but yeah, like, I mean, it's not like we're not going to be able to talk to each other after the podcast, so we definitely can plan a lot of things. I know I'm pretty busy schedule wise, but we can always make time. I can always make the time to do something of that sort. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I'm willing to work with that. So
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh
Find some
yeah.
time in the near future.
Yeah, I'm currently on a little hiatus due
Yeah.
to a move. So, but yeah, I'm definitely down
Yeah.
for the future.
oh yeah, Mal, we're not letting you disappear. You've been pulled into our little friend circle group, and every like your community is merging with ours, and we'll invade yours as well. So it's just natural osmosis. Prepare to be assimilated. Resistance is futile. Um,
Congratulations, you're being rescued. Please do not resist.
or the or the famous hamster one where it's like, you're my friend now, we're getting soft tacos later.
I mean, that would bright me.
I mean, that's I'm good with that one. Yeah, that.
Hamster.
Hey, Flaco, how does it feel having your art just in the background? This isn't Scary, but it reminds me of Scary.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
That's
Dude,
what I thought initially.
It's not Scary. I remember this one. This is I forgot who it was. Somebody in Corey's community had this drawn.
Hmm.
But yeah,
looking at this makes me want to jump into DMs and be like, "Hey, Flaker, you want money?"
Lego, the boobs. What's going on with the boobs? I was just kidding. Oh yeah, I remember that person. Yeah. Cool. All right. So we're at 3 o'clock. We're good timing to be wrapping up within the hour 45 minutes or so. We're at 4 hours total of stream time. Is there anything else world building related? And I think this is a topic we could definitely jump back into more in depth, like world building of like characters and whatever. We can always come back into a detailed one. This was more of kind of an overall a talk. But is there anything any of you guys want to bring up before we kind of move on to some news and kind of just unwinding and kind of wrapping up for the month?
I think just a general note that but world building as a concept can sound and look very intimidating at first because there's a lot of things you think you need to think of. There's a lot of aspects to it. There's an entire map with all of the countries and their cultures and their histories and the religions and the species on there and the geography, the biology, yada. Yeah, if you look at it like that, it's a lot of work, but you don't need to do all of that at once. Just pick a spot, start working on that spot. If you have an idea for something different, cool, write that down. Especially if you're doing it for like a TTRPG, just pick where your party is at the moment and work on that. And if they go elsewhere, then work on that. It can be a very organic process. It doesn't have to be like a large, like one large project you have to do in one go.
Yeah. I know every time I mention world building, some people tend to be like, "Oh, I got to write down like the tax rate for this one country and the what." Like, nah, you don't really need
No.
to.
No, that's not useful information towards support it.
No,
Or
I
towards
think
a reader if you're writing a book.
exactly. I mean, unless it's Silmarillion, but but I think the best things you can do for world building is ask why. Just be a 6-year-old child and just ask why on everything.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a city here. Why is there a city here? What is okay? Well, why? Okay, if there's a city here, it has to be here for something, right? Well, why is it? What is that something? And you're like, oh, a river. Oh, most cities are built around rivers. Yeah. There's a river here. Is the river leading into? Well, what is the river leading into? River leading into an ocean, to a lake. You know what I mean? So on and so forth, and you start building from there. It's like what's a weird thing I could put here in this city that would not be normal to most other cities, right? And start like building and building off of that, and just constantly asking yourself, and you'll eventually, as you pick away at it, slowly but surely, you'll have a large whole, kind of like the artist product part, where you start out with a bunch of lines and a bunch of circles and a bunch of squiggles, and slowly over time are you refining and refining and refining and refining until you know you see the full shape that you've made, and it's something way bigger than what you started out with, and way more refined and way more detailed than what you possibly could have imagined you could have done before.
Absolutely.
Questions? No, not questions to you guys. Just questions. Questions are a good DM's tool.
Questions and just kind of what you've always been a big a component of, or you've mentioned a lot, is just consume media.
Mm-hmm.
Consume it, just read it, just get yourself stuck into it. I have the absolute pleasure of working at a library, so there's all sorts of books and people with creative,
Exactly.
so I can just kind of sit there and you know I'm helping and doing my job, but if I'm reading a book, they're not going to be like, oh, how dare the librarian be reading books. They're not going to really get
I
How
upset.
can't
dare
believe the person in the library with all the books is reading a book.
which is what the ATH Nerd Podcast is Nerdcast Podcast is associated with. If I'm not
Speaking
mistaken.
speaking of, my library is supporting a giveaway. So for the last week, we've had a giveaway. I'm going to link it in chat because this is going to be, those watching.
It's gonna be
So
real.
we've been playing every Sunday Mines of Moria, a Lord of the Rings game, a survival game where we play dwarves, we mine, we sing dwarven drinking songs and mining songs. It's fantastic. If you want to talk about world building, there's really good world building there. Even in the subtlety, it's the kind of game where it's show don't tell. So just the architecture, the songs, the crafting, like the how the gear looks and all that. It's really cool. Really, really fantastic game. So we want to give away a copy of it because we've been enjoying it so much. I did post it if someone who does win want to kind of like potentially in the future look to join us. Just to always message us and we can see if we can have you join the world, or if not, it's no, it doesn't necessarily have to be a thing. And the library itself is supporting this. They're like, hey, you know what? Handle just give away something. It'd be kind of cool. People might like that. So I'm like, yeah, hell yeah. So in doing so, for the past week, we've had this going on where if you, of course, repost or like or whatever, we'll do a Twitter giveaway. So we're gonna do this. I'm gonna finish we're gonna go over some of the news real quick. And then once we finish up with the news, we'll draw a raffle and see if who gets to get a free copy. And even if you don't want it, it's fine. We can give you a key. You can give it to someone or whatever. So as long as someone gets it, just we'll see. And if they're not here in the, yeah, there it goes. Perfect time from Stream Melons. If they're not here in the, of course, watching today, it's okay. I'll message and reach out to them and make sure they get their copy. And in the future, when we play games or whatever, get people suggest games, we may end up giving out copies of some of the games we play, depending on what we're playing and what goes on. Because I do enjoy introducing people to new games and giving them an opportunity to play stuff that is interesting. So that being said, let us just quickly go over some of the news things for this month or the month of September. There's a couple topics we can kind of briefly go over, mention it. And if anyone wants to kind of add to it, feel free. Because it's been kind of a meh month for news, in my opinion. I mean, it's some interesting things, but for the most part, it's it's been pretty quiet compared to some months. Frax, I'm gonna let you handle this. You are the newsman today.
Okay. We'll start with the shorter items. Start with the Steam one, I think. Because Steam changed their subscriber agreements. For most of the world, it's not much of a change, but they basically took out some clauses that said that you couldn't class action lawsuit them. You had to go through arbitration. Um, Essentially, some pro-consumer moves. Probably not really necessary, but it's nice of them to do it. I think it's mostly relevant for the United States.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be a huge change, but it's nice to see.
There's not
that
many reasons to sue Steam at all, but for the future, who knows? Like, you never know if leadership changes that they might start messing things up. That it might be a thing.
I know a lot of people are afraid that if the glorious Gabe decides to step down or whatever, that's what could change.
Yeah, yeah. Like they got a solid vision and direction under Gabe Newell, but he's getting on with age. At some point, he's going to go retire, and then yeah, that's a big question. What's the next one going to do? Because the big horror story that people are thinking about is Steam going to being publicly traded,
Mhm.
but yeah, no way to tell. So the only thing we know about it is that Gabe Newell's actively training internally, like looking for a successor that will keep his vision. But
That's
you know,
that's good. That's good.
once he's no longer in control, you never know what that person might do anyway.
Yep. Here's hoping. I mean,
Here's
Steam has
hoping,
been.
yeah.
This is a sign of goodwill. This move, so that's always nice. So we're hoping that we continue to see that. Steam is a great platform.
Hmm. Absolutely.
GOG is great. So there's it's good that they're not like trying to step on each other's toes.
Yeah, Steam
Like
has done a lot of good things for game developers. All the features they offer as part of the cut they take are extensive. Like the multiplayer infrastructure they provides is a lifesaver. Just the fact that the storefront is fairly just fair in what they promote and how they promote it. Like there's pretty much no better way to market your game if you're like a single person making a game than to put it on Steam, because you don't
yeah,
need to pay any marketing. Steam does it.
yeah, I know they take a decent cut, but that's the industry standard.
Yeah, I mean
Um,
the brick and mortar store next door also takes 30%, and they give you far fewer stuff for it.
exactly. So people are like, oh well, Epic doesn't. Yeah, but Epic doesn't do anything. Fuck you, Tim Sweeney. So
All I hope is that with the, and I can say this right now pretty confidently. Hold on, let me see how many games I have. My 647 games. As long as I'm allowed to play them whenever, that's all that matters to me.
Hmm.
And I don't need a subscription service.
600 games. That's
Listen,
it.
I know you have more than me.
1,266.
I mean, if I go and add
You
every
have a
free
problem.
game on Steam to my profile, I could probably get over that. Just saying.
No, yeah, these are ones that I've purchased. So
Yeah, I know. I'm just giving you shit.
rookie numbers. Yeah. So Mel,
Uh,
how many games Melodum, how many games do you have on Steam?
Oh, my numbers are like super low, so don't even bother. They're like low.
It's
Like how
it's
low?
okay. It's okay. Size does not matter when it comes to size of Steam games, so you're fine.
It's how you use the games.
It's
God
how you,
fucking.
it's how you use the games that way.
Right. Like by myself, probably less than 20. I'm sure with a Faye joint account, she has a bunch, so maybe around 50 or so.
That's not bad. That's a decent number. You got to remember two things. One, I was a part of Steam since it started, so I bought a lot of bundles. And two, the library. Library is like you need money to buy stuff to try out so that we can see if we can get it here for the library for the kids. So yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh,
should go
Yeah,
work
you have
for
the
a
benefit of
library.
having your, yeah, damn. You have the benefit of just straight up just having your company, the people you work for give you money. Yeah, my company could never. It'd be like, where are our profit margins, buddy? Why aren't you meeting them?
Yep.
Hmm.
I'll buy a couple games and I'm like, I don't think Conan Exiles will be a good game for the kids because naked. But Divinity Original Sin's pretty good. You might want to get a copy of that for the kids. They might enjoy that game. I'm just like looking through my random list of reviews.
Oh, is it time for us to shill Larian again?
It's time to
I
show it.
love filling Larium.
It does say so on the schedule.
533 hours of Divinity 2, 377 of Baldur's Gate 3. So, yeah.
Listen, I'm not saying they're the best games ever, but no.
But
Okay,
when other companies start getting scared about being able to be able to output at the same level, especially if they're AAA companies and have the staff and the ability to. Curious.
So yeah, I got a benefit, but yeah. But besides the point. Okay, Morgan. You have more hours than me in Baldur's Gate.
Hey, listen. You flex your Steam numbers on me. Someone gets to flex their Baldur's Gate numbers on you.
You know how many hours of Avorion? 1,548 hours of Avorion. So
Okay, well, how what's your most played game, huh?
Avorion.
Oh, with only 1,000? A measly 1,000? Try 3,928.6 hours.
On what?
Thank you. Hollow Knight.
On Hollow Knight?
And I've never beaten the game.
Damn.
I'm just bad at it.
I feel that in my soul. Like, if I had tracked every hour I spent on Age of Empires, I probably would have a humongous number because I've played that all my life and a lot. And you might ask, "Hey Frank, does that mean you're good at it?" No.
Yeah.
Now, if we could track like Foundry hours, that'd be something different.
I mean, the server is sometimes just on without anyone in it. That doesn't count.
Oh,
But
hey,
again,
Mel.
Yeah.
it's the same for Avorion, so that also doesn't count.
Mel, is your Fantasy Grounds on Steam?
No, I went straight from the source.
Okay.
That really sounds like you went off into some quaint European
Back alley.
country to get your fantasy
Oh.
grounds from a local
I was thinking
producer.
back
Oh.
alley, like you get it from the okay.
Okay, I know. You were thinking sorry, alchemy. I was thinking
Alchemy, yes, alchemy.
wine.
That one.
You know,
Yeah.
looking up at Ruby's Ghostwriter, I think it might be time for Ghostwriter to come say hello.
Oh no.
Continue.
For how long? 1,000 years again, or is it 5 fucking seconds?
I don't know. He can't
And I
count.
know you don't.
Give him a break. He's been trapped in a basement for hundreds of years.
Yeah, or 5 seconds. He wouldn't know.
He,
Anyway, moving on to the next topic because we've gone quite far enough off track.
Yep.
There was quite a big landmark ruling in trademarks this month. For the longest time, Marvel and DC had a trademark on the superhero concept, like the whole thing with I'm wearing my underpants over my pants and with a cape and have superpowers. Which essentially meant that, like, other people, like, let's say, the people from The Boys couldn't call their characters superheroes because that was trademarked. But they lost that because due to the meteoric rise in popularity, superheroes become a generic term, and you cannot trademark generic terms. And if a trademark becomes a generic term, it's gone, reduced to atoms. So now everyone can call that stuff superheroes.
Way to
Nice.
suffer from success. Super crazy
They
for me.
Yeah.
For real. I'm God.
Oh my god.
no.
Yeah, no, I've done that. I've got no one to blame for that but myself.
Yes, I've taken to learning from someone here.
Yeah. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. It's not the first time this happens, and companies are generally very afraid of it happening. Like, they try to avoid it. Like, you might have seen campaigns by Nintendo or Sony in your life to convince people that no, your console is not a Nintendo. Your console is like a Wii, or your console is a PlayStation 3, because they are very much aware that if they become too mainstream, and if every parent that doesn't know gaming starts calling every console a Nintendo, that they might lose their trademark on Nintendo. That it becomes a generic term. They really try to avoid that.
They really do.
So far, they have
But
managed.
for now.
For now. I mean,
I
Sony
don't know.
has earlier experience with it because the Sony Walkman sadly became a generic term for them back in
Walkman, yeah.
the 90s.
Yeah, they lost the title to Walkman. I remember that.
Yeah, well, Nintendo's can be super cringe, but it's okay. I've written in my books that Mario is cool, Luigi is cooler, Yogi. Wait, no, is it Yogi? It's Yoshi.
It's yogurt.
Yoshi is no. Yoshi's gonna have a game in a couple years or millennia or seconds. I'm not sure.
Fuck's sake.
Um,
Also,
Uh,
tell that Ruby she got my good angles. I appreciate that.
she got all of your angles. It's a 3D model.
Like, fair enough. I usually look at a book and there's no 3D in books. Okay.
oh my god, it sounds like the ghostwriter sounds exactly like someone who's been shoved into like an IT closet
It's
for like
basically what happens.
for forever, but has been chain smoking every single day of every single second.
That is also I mean, does necromancy in the area count as chain smoking? I think it does.
I would say necromancy is basically chain smoking if you think about it.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, there
I
was a
could
lot
shove
of
Balcor
weird.
into a closet if you let me.
What?
Hmm.
I said I'll shove Melkor into a closet if you let me.
Oh yeah, fair. Carry on.
Oh no, please don't.
But I hear from Rain that the closet's not scary, but stairs. Stairs are a whole nother story.
Ah, 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 ah.
There it is.
You fall down a flight of stairs 3 different times, and all of a sudden you're known for falling downstairs all the time.
I mean,
Interesting.
3 times is a lot.
How many times? Listen,
It's okay. Not
we
all of
all.
us can walk or float upstairs. It's fine.
You know what?
I'm
Yes,
sure
yeah.
you only you'll eventually learn how to walk downstairs. It won't take you that long.
Oh well, I've been only doing this for a hot moment, but one day, one day.
What do you mean you shouldn't dance on stairs?
At least you're not a goblin. Oh wait, sorry. Nothing wrong with
Damn.
goblins.
Damn.
What? Is something wrong with goblins? Like, what's going on there?
They usually blow up the stairs, but
Hey, I have no issues with
but
goblins at that point.
You're just happy that the
they come
stairs
up
are
with creative
gone.
solutions.
Mhm.
Speaking of goblins and blowing up things, Mal, hi.
Hello.
He said hi. What do I do next?
Ask for an autograph.
May I have an autograph in one of my books?
That sounds pretty sus.
No, please.
This new section
He's
is going
catching it.
places, and it's not news.
It's definitely not
Yeah.
news.
He's catching on. What do I do now?
You should buy his badge instead.
Oh, speaking of buying merch, yeah. I believe Artsy got some merch. It was a really sick shirt.
Yeah, Artie got
Now
some
you have
stuff.
a merch store.
Yeah. This cool goblin dude named Albratnar created a design and a sick metal logo that I slapped on some shirts.
Well,
Albratnar.
Where can we find these shirts?
where can we? Yes.
Like on Fourth Wall.
It looks like the great and magnificent Artsy is going to find the link.
Yes, please. It's on the Twitch channel.
Nice. Now, interesting segue. AI. Take it away, Frax.
Yeah, I'll briefly open that as well because I need a bit of a refresher on it. But we're talking about Hasbro. Um, this is with the upfront disclaimer that Wizards of the Coast has declared and so far held themselves to the fact that they will never use AI image generation in their books. But the CEO of Hasbro, that owner, has made a talk about the future of AI in his company. And assuming the best possible usage of it, it is a powerful tool that can be used for a lot of efficiency improvements, and by that I mean automating work that no one likes to do, or like using it as a way to generate a bunch of ideas and then actually developing it, that kind of stuff. So that yeah, the problem with that is that's coming from him specifically, and he does not have the best track record of being honest. But in essence, it's not the worst idea. Uh, Generally, I tend to agree with that AI can be a powerful tool in the same way that something like, uh, let's say, Word is a powerful tool to write stuff. But that there has to be a dividing line where people start relying exclusively on AI and then firing people for it. Whether it will cross that line or not, well, we'll have to see.
Oh shit, Rain is back.
Oh, thank God.
Wow, that was wow.
Yeah,
You just hurt his feelings. Wow.
listen, you try to put me into the closet. I ain't
Good
going in
point.
the closet.
Good point. But yeah, it was an interesting transition to that because a lot of my voices are AI. So I do use a program that I have modified myself to be able to switch between different voices for some of the NPCs that I use. So
Hmm.
I do not use direct. Some of the AI voices, like, "Hey, I'm just going to grab Morgan Freeman." I kind of blend and mix the voices so that they're more unique because I would
Legally distinct TM.
legally distinct so that they don't sound specifically like certain people because then that would feel bad.
Yeah.
There are some that I pull directly, and it's like, oh, I'm just grabbing this League of Legends character, and I'll do the lines. It's like, oh my god, it sounds just like them, but I don't do that often. So
A few things that the CEO of Hasbro notes is also that at the moment he's talking most about a proprietary AI, so meaning it's not trained on public data that has been ripped without copyrights from the internet, which is an important note because that's one of the biggest issues with image generation, for example. And that's mostly machine learning based AI, as opposed to something like ChatGPT that is way more interpretative, let's put it that way. And he wants to deploy it as a knowledge working aid, in his words, and as a development aid. So really as a tool, not as a employee.
yeah, I think we were having this conversation in core. If you're still in chat, you mentioned something specifically like if this is going to help, uh, you know, go through 100 different of like doing data entry for 100 different articles instead of 10 in that time, so that way things can be done faster or in a more organized manner, or double checking if it's used correctly. It could be
Yeah,
interesting.
that's actually one of the things I have personal experience with, which was using a machine learning AI to sort through the results of survey research. Because survey research, generally you want to have a lot of answers, like as many as you can. There's no downside to having 100,000 answers, except that you have to check 100,000 answers. Doing that manually takes months, but an AI could do that in several hours. And that kind of usage is very interesting because you still need a human to actually read the data and use the data, but the AI can actually convert it to a usable format in comparatively no time.
Yeah, and it could, I mean, could eventually end up to have more jobs too. The person reading the data, the person who is taking care of the AI and making sure it's working. So who knows? I mean, there could be benefits. It's not all doom and gloom.
Yeah.
They haven't dropped nukes on us yet, so we're good.
But it does have to be used. It does have to be used appropriately.
Yes.
And it cannot replace workers is the important part, or just steal things. Because remember, it has no morals. It'll do exactly what it's told.
Yeah.
And it will. If you say get me art, it'll get art. Where'd you get the art from? Did you pay for the art? You didn't specify these parameters.
No, and
Mhm.
like that's like the big problem with the image generation at the moment. They just drew a lot of the initial training models from the internet, didn't credit any of the artists. That's bad. That's a copyright issue. That's a property issue.
I mean, yeah, that's someone's
Nowadays
livelihood.
there are models that are trained on like data that they paid for, or even data that they made up, which is qualitatively iffy, but it's better than violating a several hundred artists. But yeah, especially in the onset, that was a really big problem. And
Or
even now, there's the ethics issue with even if my data is pulled from art that has been paid for or art that is like generated, if you train it to mimic an artist's art style, that's still kind of.
yeah. I mean, then we'd have to start getting into the fact that art styles might need to be copyrighted. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that is a
And
weird direction to
yeah,
go because it's really hard to actually. Like, how do you even start doing that? Do you even want to do that? Like, for
well,
example,
it already
imagine that
exists in the U.S.
Borderlands just copyrighted their cell shading. Can no one use cell shading now?
It has to be a bit broader. I know for a fact that someone tried to make, um, it's gonna be funny, but goth IHOP shirts, right? Yeah. They tried to make they sold and made goth IHOP shirts, right? Where it had the IHOP, but it had goth above it, and right, and the font was slightly different, right? But it was too close to the intellectual property of the shape and the thing, and then basically it revolves around can someone mistake this for your IP is what it really boiled down to.
I,
Um,
I just think that's a
like
really
legally.
dangerous way to go about it
Yep,
because,
it
for
is.
example, if you look at anime, a lot of anime is animated in similar styles.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's distinct anime styles, but a lot of them are also very similar. So it starts getting really murky on what you're allowed to
And
do and
then
not allowed to do, and that's bad for
there
creativity.
and there would have to be a generic standard that would have to be accepted so that people could still make. Yeah, it just makes itself more complicated. I know. Our legal
Yeah.
system is not has never been absolutely stellar.
No, I think a good first step to take is to clearly label what has been made with AI and what has not been. Like kind of the same way that if you go to a market, you have the section with like mass-produced cookies, and you clearly know like okay, these are like made in a mass bakery. And then there's the section with artisanal cookies. Like, okay, this is made by by this local guy. They got a special batch. They're slightly more expensive because this guy put his time and his effort in it. They're usually kind of better, or you think they're better because they're locally made. That's also a thing.
Yeah,
Placebo is powerful.
placebo
But
is
like
powerful.
we solved this for food before, is what I'm saying. We can solve this for AI as well, somewhere or another.
Yeah, it just takes people actively trying to solve it for AI. And I
Yeah.
think Rain, what you do there is very important. Is that you don't just rip someone's stuff completely. You then just make like a hodgepodge and make a completely new voice by that metric.
Yeah, I try to make it so it sounds somewhat natural. Obviously, go the GW. I like how yes, not true DW Bush, but Ghostwriter.
Yeah.
GW.
GW. Ghostwriter's voice is meant to sound like a child gremlin, like smoke. It's meant to sound like an old uh, kind of a person, so that works out. But like Adira's and um, Wynn's voice, I try to make it so that they sound a bit more natural.
Mm.
Uh, So, and like for example, when you were talking to the NPC, like Lucrecia's voice, I was really satisfied with because I really spent a lot of time making sure that the way I speak into the AI, uh, it picks up on her voice, so she has the same kind of the she sounds the way I want her to sound, which is really cool because if you sound robotic and speak into it, it will sound robotic. But if you start like whispering and putting like some effort into the voice acting, it will pick up and it'll try to mimic it, which is really interesting.
Mm.
So I mean, the technology is it's quite terrifying, honestly, but it's
It
also
has a
really
lot of
cool.
potential for good and for bad, but let's focus on the good. You know.
Yeah,
It
definitely
is.
should not replace voice actors. Voice actors need.
No.
You cannot get the performances, for example, that like Boulder's again shilling for Larian, but the Boulder's Gate voice actors, the heart and
Or
soul
Yeah.
that they put into it.
or for
Yeah.
up and coming VCs like our friend Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Oh yeah, like Morgan. Yeah.
On
So
the other hand of things, there is stuff like James Earl Jones who gave permission, like explicit permission, to have his archive footage and voices and AI used to keep doing Darth Vader, even after he retired and now passed on.
Yeah, I feel
that's really cool.
I feel like we might get a similar thing from the guy who does Optimus Prime, right? As he's been so synonymous with Optimus Prime that there's a solid chance that he might sign over his voice after he retires and stuff like that.
Mm.
Because
Yeah.
there are just some people that are just so synonymous with the role that it's like anything other. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, for Darth Vader especially, you can't replace James Earl Jones. That's
No.
just impossible. Even every time now that they made an appearance of Darth Vader without him, they could only do so because they mixed the VA they hired's performance with the archival lines that they had of James Earl Jones. Because his voice is so unique. You can't replace him. So yeah, but he signed over a deal for that. I believe that was a fairly generous deal in his favor as well, like in his family's favor. So
Yeah, and if they give the okay, I'm more okay with it as well.
yeah,
So
yeah.
like I if I could find a good Darth Vader one, which I probably easily can, I'll probably use it. So but it's too iconic
Mm.
for me to use it at the moment.
I mean, yeah, the moment you use Darth Vader in any like as a voice, we will know it's Darth Vader. Like that's you cannot mask that. Yeah, it's a very difficult question as a whole. But in the end, I think it will be used for the better. Like I saw this meme the other day about someone who basically argued that we are now training AI on art and poetry and writing, and teaching it love for art. Like, not really love because it's not sentient, but you get what they were saying. And at the end of the day, it's going to end up doing spreadsheets and boring work that no one wants to do. Kind of like what happened to me. He ended with it, which is a bit of a ow take, but not entirely inaccurate. But at the end of the day, I do think it's right. Like the AI will be used to automate those boring tasks that most people don't like, or the dangerous ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, okay. All right, so let us kind of go into uh, the giveaway. Let's see who actually wins.
Big moments.
So I'm gonna put in for both reposts and likes. And
I hope it works because I've never used the site before.
All right. So, as soon as Artsy puts it on the screen, we'll have the winner. I did send it to her who won. A drum roll. Okay. Our winner is Wobble Gobble. It's a goblin. There's
And
so
a
many
goblin
goblins.
one. Hey, hold
Yes.
on. Wait a minute.
Wait a second.
Wait a
Goblin
minute.
Moria.
Hey,
Way to
Oh
go,
my.
Wabo.
way to go, Wobble Gobble.
Yeah. You know, we kill a lot of goblins in Moria. I'm just saying.
They started. It's nothing personal. They started.
Listen, we
So yeah, congrats, Wabo Gabo. We'll try to see if we can. I'm assuming someone from the community here knows them on a personal level. I could just send it to, or because I have followed them,
I don't know.
but I don't know.
I don't know
I'm
people.
I don't want to make assumptions.
Yeah, like I
But,
said, DM them on Twitter.
yeah, oh no, I'm gonna do that. But it's like I don't want to make assumptions. But is this the wave of goblins that came over with Mal?
Job
So,
strong together.
Gob strong
Mm,
together.
It is
God, not.
Gobtober, so they are at that peak power at the moment.
Oh,
Yeah, it's true.
actually, a funny world building thing you might want to look into, Mal. A world where goblins are really big. The goblinoid races, hobgoblins, goblins, and bugbears. Eberron. They were the progenitor race. Unlike elves, where elves are usually like you find their ruins everywhere. Goblins. It's goblins in Eberron.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and they actually have vaults underground, like straight up like Fallout.
Amazing.
Nice. I love it.
Still
Mhm.
not as good as the Giants, though.
Mm. Yeah.
They nuked the moon, you know. They nuked the moon, you know.
Did they? No one really remembers that.
Yeah, they did.
I don't know.
Shut
Mm,
up, they did.
did they?
Stupid dragon.
Dragons are cooler.
Yeah. Anyway,
Anyway, all right. So this has been an absolute pleasure to have all of you guys here. Mal, it was beyond amazing to have another DM and just a different voice and a different perspective. So thank you so much for taking the time out to come on and be a part of this community and have your friends kind of hover around too. It's been so much fun getting to know everybody that's part of your community and interacting with them. So I hope we continue doing this going forward. And I'm looking forward to scheduling some things once you kind of settle down with your hiatus. I know you're kind of downtime. Getting some time to look into fantasy grounds, maybe learn some Foundry, just mess around, look on some ideas that we have going forward. So, that being said, because I'm lazy and Mal's the guest, Mal, I'm going to let you take it away because we're going to wrap up. So if you got any final says, any final plugs, any shout outs
Where
to
can
the
we find you?
community, where can we find you? And also, who are we going to raid? Because we definitely want to raid somebody. So I'm going to let you get to pick who we raiding today.
Cool. Thanks. Hey, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. I had fun talking nerdy and everything and talking about TTRPG stuff. It's my passion. I love it. I'm Mally Nim. Yeah, check the pinned message. Follow me on Twitch. I'm one away from 600. And follow me on freaking YouTube. I try to trim down my VODs, my actual plays and stuff, not like edit heavy, but trim them down and make them more watchable and stuff. And put work into that. Really appreciate it if you like and subscribe on the YouTube. And thanks again, everyone. You are awesome. It was a pleasure to meet you all.
Sure.
yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Definitely. All right. So Mel, where are we gonna aim this missile at?
Oh, the goblin who designed my merch, Olbrotnar, is streaming.
Ooh, what's the raid message? You wanna any ideas, guys?
The Gobos
Uh,
come. Gobos strong.
I think there's nothing out of the usual for him.
So
It could just be Wog.
Gob
Even Gobos love a good Wog.
Gob together strong raid.
Since it's a world building episode, world raid.
Yeah,
Raid.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. All right, so we're gonna do world raid. So thank you again, everyone who's lurking or hanging around. We'll see you during the week when I do streaming, and next month when we pick a topic and go from there. Love you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hey.
PH Nerdcast, hello. You caught us at a weird.
What
caught
is
us in
going on?
at a weird time.
Oh my god.
What is that?
Hello, welcome in